I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none went by, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. I hate to sail on this rotten tub. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. No grog allowed and rotten grub, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. We swear by our oath for want of more. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. But now we're through, so we'll go on shore, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
Take me on home to the asylum. Never alone in the asylum. Anarchy ruled, it was wild, but through it all you never smiled. Joke's on you, I'm in your head, so look who's laughing now. Remember in Arkham City, I killed your girl, so pretty. That was the night you let me die. But when I looked you in the eye, that's when I knew we'd be together. Look who's laughing now. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I fill you with dread and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I am the clown, prince of crime. And we've had a hell of a time. You're part of me, I'm part of you. And now there's nothing left to do. I just can't wait till I'm in control. Who'll be laughing then? I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. Oh yeah, I think I can taste your fear. Now that my time is near, I'm in your blood, I'm so alive. I only wish you'd let me drive. It won't be long till I make you kill. Who'll be laughing then? Barbara's dead and I'm laughing. Jason Todd's dead and I can't stop laughing. I'm even dead and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you. I drove you round the bend and I'm laughing. I'm with you till the end and I can't stop laughing. I killed all your friends and I can't stop laughing. I'm cock-a-doodle-doo. All because of you. I'm stuck in your head and I'm laughing. I feel you. you with dread, and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead, and I can't stop laughing. I'm stuck in your head, and I'm laughing. I filled you with dread, and I can't stop laughing. Your parents are dead, and I can't stop laughing. What else can I do? Now I'm part of you.
I forgot that it kept going. How are you guys? How's everybody doing? How you doing? Are you feeling good? I know I am. I mean, how can you not feel good after hearing Mark Hamill sing to you sweet nothings? I don't know what else you could possibly want in life. Frankly, I think that's it. I think that's peak. Frankly. Always remember, even the Joker pays his taxes. Sure. I mean, he was an evil maniac, but he was not a tax evader. Come on. I mean, let's not just like totally besmirch his name, okay? What movie is that? There's oh no, it's Breaking Bad when like Saul is asking Jesse, he's like, what happens if the government sees that you're making a lot of money but you don't have a big tax bill? What are they gonna conclude? That I'm a drug dealer. 1,000,000 times worse, a tax cheat. Way worse than a drug dealer. A tax cheat. Frankly, that's what they're gonna conclude. That's going to be a bad day for you, my friend. Bad day. Tell you what. Today, we actually have a good number of interesting things to talk about and check out. There's a new like Fallout hype thing. People think that it's very reminiscent of something that happened years ago. I don't know. I'm going to throw out a term. I want to see in chat how many of you guys recognize, okay? What I'm about to say. Survivor 2299. Do any of you know what I'm talking about? I'm genuinely interested. It's a deep cut. We're going back over a decade ago. Maybe, no. Fallout 4 hoax. Okay, so the Tom knows what I'm talking about. No. Oh, well, I'm about to share with you guys something interesting that seems to be happening. Because it's very interesting. They're stirring up the hype once more. Okay, Luke, Control sequel looks, ooh baby, won Alan Wake 3 badly. Hopefully this does well. Remedy's like, they are crazy and wacky and they have wild ideas. Their stuff doesn't always translate super well to like commercial success. Like Alan Wake 2 I think took 1.5 2 years to break even. So I'm hoping that Control 2 ends up doing well. But it's like part of what makes them so cool is that they're so bizarre, but because they're so bizarre, it's kind of hard to communicate to people why they should buy it, you know? It's going to be interesting to see how it does, but I think it looks baller, frankly. GTA 6 updates, nope. Sorry to break your heart. I will say, so tomorrow is the New Game Plus showcase, okay? If you're not familiar, that's the new showcase show that I helped found. We posted our sizzle reel, our demo sizzle reel. This has a little snippet of every game that we're showing at the show. We have dev interviews, we have exclusive looks. Yes, even this one is being shown. Ooh, baby. We've done interviews with a lot of the devs. It's gonna be pretty cool, okay? And I will say, one of you guys is absolutely mad. Shrek'd. I don't know if Shrek'd's in chat. Look at this. I went down a deep 3-hour OCD rabbit hole and ended up identifying 41 of the games in the trailer. Hyped. This madman went through each snippet from that to identify with varying levels of confidence what games were listed in there. Even so, he has 4 that he wasn't able to pin down. I do know which 4 those are. I was going to tell him, but then I was like, it might be fun to just leave it. Let him find out tomorrow, you know? I will say there was one of these where somebody looked at it. I'm trying to remember which one it was. One of these games, somebody saw a snippet of in that sizzle reel trailer, and they're like, oh, that looks like Red Dead 2. I bet they're going to announce a next gen port of Red Dead. And I was like, you did not see that. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, some of these, like I've told you guys, the goal of the show is to give studios and developers a chance to showcase their games that we think deserve to be showcased, but without the requirement that they have to pay us $1 million. Shocker. That's our goal. And so some of these projects are like, as of right now, tiny teams or even just like a couple of people. One of these that you're gonna see is being made by like a husband and wife couple, and it's one of the standout games that we'll show in the show. That's just incredible. I think it's actually back here. And so like we're gonna blow your mind. Yeah, I think it's this one. It's being made by like a husband and wife couple team. Like it's ridiculous. And so we're showcasing a lot of stuff, and don't get me wrong, there's big stuff too. Like, you know, we'll have a look at some, we did an interview and we have some interesting news to reveal about Crimson Desert. Yeah, we did interviews with a bunch of these devs. It's going to be really, really cool. So I'm really proud of it. Where Winds Meet, of course. It's going to be really cool, and I'm very excited to share it with you. And like I've told you guys, this is just the beginning. Like what you're going to see tomorrow is like the prologue, okay? The actual showcase of what we envision for this show is going to be in, you know, 2026. It's going to be, I know it's 2026 now, but it's going to be our next show, because this was like a proof of concept, getting our feet under us, proving that we can do this. And the show for next year is going to be absolutely crazy. We have very high ambitions, I'll tell you what. And it's been amazing seeing some of the excitement from some of these various studios that are just so thrilled to be able to showcase what they've been working on. So I'm very excited for it. I'm very, very excited for it, and I can't wait to share it with you guys tomorrow. It's gonna be awesome. Okay, it's gonna be awesome. Okay, so shout out to Shrek for the incredible work breaking all this down, and even then there's a couple of question marks on here, so I wonder what that's gonna be. It's gonna be very interesting. Okay, I will say though, the show's a good bit longer than we initially planned. Lesson learned for next year, we're gonna be a little more compressed. the show's pretty big. Okay. It's pretty big.
At Brushborn Studios donated $9.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
The character design in Highguard reminds me so much of Dragon Age Veilguard. What are the odds Highguard has pieces of the cancelled Dragon Age multiplayer, or chances devs were part of that project?
They remind you of that? To me, it doesn't remind me of that at all. Like Dragon Age Veilguard to me looks very, very unique. Highguard, at least to me, doesn't look anything like it. Maybe if I rewatch the trailers and stuff, I'd see it, but yeah, I don't personally see that. As for remnants of the multiplayer Dragon Age project, I think those remnants were all in Veilguard. Like all of those little things where they had like the centralized hub that you all, like your party members all go to on the boat, and then you go off and do little missions within those new areas. All of those are remnants of like different missions you would do in the multiplayer version of the game. All of the synergies between playable characters, or in this case now it's between the player character and the party members, all of those were originally like the systems that were interlocking with different archetypes. So like your friend is playing as a mage, your other friend is playing over here as just a standard fighter, and then the synergies between them would be enjoyed in the multiplayer setting. But of course, they scrapped all that and just kind of reworked it into the party system. But yeah, I think most of those remnants are there. As for a High Guard, I don't think that there's any real overlap as far as I'm aware. But thank you for the 10. Let's see. Over here. Okay. Why is it on a Thursday and not a Friday? There are apparently many reasons for that. All above my pay grade. But it's a mixture of things. So for one, we have a lot of international partners. So partners from like Europe, developers from Europe, I mean. And we want them to be able to watch the show in their studio and office, and then we want them to be able to post and retweet and share it on their socials as well. But because of how time zones work, if we do the show on a Friday afternoon, a lot of those studios, that would be like the middle of the night on a Friday night going into the weekend. So they wouldn't be able to share it and distribute it. And the same is true if we want like IGN or GameSpot or VGC or somebody to write articles on the show. If they're out of office for the weekend, then they won't be able to do that. So it just is like, there's many different factors, but that's certainly one of them. Please link it. I can absolutely do that. Did that work? There we go. Okay, here you go. I just posted the link in chat. You can go to the actual page and hit notifications on, and check it out, subscribe, like it, get ready for the show when it drops tomorrow. Okay. It's going to be awesome. Pin. There we go. Baller. Loxy, thank you for 16 months. Ooh, baby. Thank you. How long is the show approximately? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say, but it's shocker. Something I was involved in is large and verbose. So yeah, it's meaty boy. She thick. Damn, that's a thick ass boy we got. That's what that show's gonna be. Tell you what, will Jeff be there? He's one of the reveals. Yeah. Our next look is at Jeff Keighley. That's all. We thought it would be interesting to flip the tables. So today we're revealing him. Oh my God. Prodigy Coffee, thank you for that. Thank you for the sub, my friend. Thank you. Okay. Real quick, in case you didn't see this, these actually, I know some people think they're ugly. I kind of think these things are fire. Hyperpop, DualSense wireless controller, PS5 console covers and stuff. They're doing these like neon colors for new shells for the PS5. I think this looks way better than the basic white plastic, frankly. I mean, I think that this is kind of fire. I get it. Some people think it's gross. I think this looks better. Okay. I don't care. Cancel me. Just my opinion. Cancel me. I don't care. I think it's stupid to cancel me, but hey, if you're going to cancel me, that's just what it's going to be. Raphael, thank you for 19 months. I'm vibing. You're damn right. I'm vibing. Also, I genuinely am not glad to say I told you so with this, but I did tell you guys, remember like 6-7 months ago, I didn't even mean to do it that time. You remember like 6-7 months ago, I told you guys that there will be another round of Microsoft layoffs, and they're going to do it in probably January, and they're going to slash like another 10-20,000 jobs. Well, now the rumors are circulating, and it's looking like it's definitely going to happen. So the expectation is between 11 and 22,000 jobs. Yeah. To be clear, this is expected to hit every division, including Xbox. And if the figures were confirmed, it would be the biggest layoff round yet. The rumors come from Tip Ranks, which adds that the layoffs are expected to fall upon employees at some point in the third week of January. According to Workers Anonymous sources, even the Azure cloud team could be affected, which is the money maker for Windows right now. So Yeah. Can't say I'm surprised, but yeah, it's just going to keep happening. This is what they do. Every like, realistically, every 6 months, they're just doing big revisions and cutting. They have something like 250,000 employees. And so they're just going to go through slash 20,000 jobs. 20,000. They are shutting down a Ubisoft once to twice a year. That's the scale of what they do, like of how big Microsoft is. But it's also Satya can get his AI stuff to be able to make non-slop AI to put Copilot into Windows and make it not work. Dude, seriously, Copilot is horrible. Oh my God, it's terrible. I know somebody that works in like, they work at a partnered software company that's like not owned by Microsoft, but they're like one of the lead contractors of Microsoft, you know? And he was telling me that they are forced to use Copilot. That's like one of the company mandates that they did. It's like they have to use Copilot, and they have to, it's so cringe. They have to, in their performance reviews once a quarter, they have to explain how they're using Copilot in their workflow. And he's like, I am trying to find ways to use it and I can't because it sucks so bad. He's like, I genuinely can't figure out how to use it in any useful way. You can't even use it for like basic math because it's so bad. Like, it's just terrible. It's just terrible. But yeah, let's spend hundreds of billions of dollars on it and make it the future of everything and lay off 20,000 people in the process. So there you go. That's expected to happen. Speaking of layoffs, new mini segment. Ubisoft has just shut down a studio. And as I've told you guys, I want to be clear. When I predict something, it doesn't mean I'm happy about it, okay? I've said all of these like studio slashings and layoffs and downsizings that are going to happen, not just in January, but throughout the rest of this year, I think a majority of them will be forced and targeted on studios that are either actively working on unionizing or have recently unionized. Because shocker, big multinational, multi-billion-dollar corporations don't like unions. I know I'm breaking some crazy news no one's ever heard of. So I think what's going to happen is like when Microsoft lays off 10 to 20,000 people in mid-January, which is what's expected, they are going to lay off a lot of people at studios, even within their Xbox division, that have recently unionized. And Ubisoft has done this too now, where they just shut down the Ubisoft Halifax studio, which apparently had about 70 people working at it. So it was a very small operation. They were doing support work on mobile games. So like they were working on the like Rainbow Six mobile game and an Assassin's Creed mobile game, and they were doing stuff like that. But they've shut down that studio, and this comes, let's see, where's the exact dates? Basically in December. Yeah, the certification for the union for this studio came on December 18th, and it was branded as the Ubisoft Workers of Canada Halifax. And a matter of weeks later, the whole studio is shut down. Now they say that it's unrelated and that this was in the works before they officially unionized, which I'm sure is technically true. Where like they found out that they were working on that and they're like, hey, we have to lay off some people and a studio, let's do this. And that's basically what seems to be happening, is that these companies have to lay people off according to the CFO. The CFO comes in and says, hey, slash your budgets by 10%. So they then start looking at where they can cut and who they can shut down and fire. And if they're going to choose between a studio that is not unionized and a studio that is, they're going to choose the studio that is because it's going to save them money in the long run. So that's what they do. Now, they can't officially, of course, ever come out and say, yeah, we prioritize laying off unionized studios because they're more expensive. They can't say that because that's a big no-no. And so they'll be like, no, it's totally unrelated. But it's one of those things where it's like, it's totally unrelated. Yeah, sure. Okay. I mean, it's just a coincidence that every time there's a round of massive layoffs, it seems like you're like the unionized studios are the ones getting hit the hardest. But that's just a coincidence. Okay. Sure. Sure. Because it recently happened with Project Blackbird. You remember they shut down that game at ZeniMax Online Studios, and that was a team that had recently unionized. And when Microsoft laid off that team, or laid off a bunch of people there and then shut down that game, it was also like, no, it's totally unrelated to the fact that they're unionized. But it's also like, you sure about that? You sure about that? Okay. They have, to be clear, they have teams of lawyers that are all working to make sure that they are checking off the boxes and they're not technically breaking any rules or anything. So I'm not alleging any sort of like legal misconduct. They are very smart and they know what they're doing with this. I'm just saying that it certainly seems very interesting that every time there's a massive layoff, it seems to particularly target unionized groups. Like, it's even happened locally. There was a Starbucks near where I live that has been trying to get a union like started, and they're like outside the store picketing and stuff. And then casually that Starbucks ended up shutting down out of nowhere. It's crazy. It's weird, right? What are the odds of that? It's crazy. Totally unrelated though. Yeah, totally unrelated. It's just like, okay, whatever. So anyway, this has happened. It's going to happen more throughout the rest of this year. Mark my words. I told you guys 6 months ago that Microsoft's going to do another round of massive layoffs in January. They are doing that. It's being reported now that they're looking at as many as 11 to 22,000 jobs being cut across Microsoft as they continue to trim the fat to justify AI investment. So it's just going to keep happening. And I think when they choose to do those layoffs, they're going to particularly target, at least within the Xbox divisions, unionized groupings. So you could even see some teams that you recognize and know getting screwed over. Isn't union busting illegal though? Yes, it is. That's why these companies have teams of lawyers to make sure that they are on paper not doing that. I'm sure they have on paper emails showing that they started talking about closing the studio before they officially unionized, because if they start to get a whiff of it, they start the ball rolling, you know. So it's one of like in corporate, not just corporate America, just corporate business globally, it's understood that like there are those rules that you can't do it, but those rules have very, very little effect. Like very little effect on actually preventing unionized studios and groups from being shut down more often than non-unionized ones. And it just kind of makes sense, right? Like if the unionized studio is twice as expensive because they're demanding higher pay and wages and benefits and stuff, if they're way more expensive and the company is choosing between shutting that studio down and the cheaper one that's just as good or pretty close, they're just going to shut down the more expensive studio. You know, and they're going to say, no, it's not related to the union. It's related to costs, which is technically true, but that's how they can kind of get around it. So yeah, leave the multi-billion-dollar corporation alone. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Anyway, so that's happening. Buckle up. It's going to continue happening. You probably won't notice any change from Ubisoft because, again, this is like 70 people working on mobile games that you probably haven't played or touched. But you're certainly going to feel it when it hits Microsoft, because Microsoft is going to bring a cleaver to a brain surgery in January, in like the third week of January, and they're just going to be like, okay, good enough, that's good, let's do that. So buckle up. The layoffs in late January are going to be crazy. I'm wondering if they're going to do the Xbox partner showcase before or after. What they might do is announce the layoffs and then immediately do the showcase to try and shake up the news cycle and to get people talking about things that they're excited for instead of just focusing on how many people they just fired. I think that the odds of that are pretty high. If they're really big brain, they do it on the same day. They announce the layoffs and they do the Xbox partner showcase on the same day, so that all of the bad stories get washed out by the announcements of like Fallout 3 remaster or something. They very well could do that. Again, I'm not saying I like this stuff. I'm just telling them if you think like a corpo, you can start to figure out how these things work, you know? You gotta think like one. If you wanna figure out how they work, you gotta put your brain in that space. It's a dark place, but you can do it. You can do it. Yeah, we fired you, but hey, Forza! Exactly. We know you're sad about like not being able to afford your house anymore, but Halo. Halo, you know? Yeah, fire 20k people reveals the Elder Scrolls 6. Yeah. Now you can't be mad at us. You got the thing. And what's sad is that it'll probably work, dude. Like if they do that and they have enough big titles that like excite people, that's all anybody's going to be talking about. They'll probably mention, so Microsoft just had a massive round of layoffs, but they did just give us a look at a bunch of new things. Let's talk about it. Because that's, you know, people are more excited about that stuff. So it'll probably work, frankly. But anyway. Okay, now that we have more people in here. Oh, Jesus, we have 1,400 people. Oh, my goodness. With Twitch, we're at like 1,600. Hell yeah. For just starting, that's not bad at all. Okay. I'm going to do a quick poll real quick. Do you know the Muffin Man? Do you know the term Survivor 2299? Okay. I need you to put this in. I'm going to just do the poll through YouTube this first round because it works quite seamlessly. Okay? Okay. I want to see how many of you guys know what this is, okay? Just real quick. Vote real quick. Make your voice heard. Okay, as it fills up. Okay, so we're at like a solid 90+%. You might be wondering, Luke, why are you doing this? Why? What's your problem? I'm gonna I'll leave that there for a second. Okay, I'll let you guys keep voting on that. Let me introduce this, then we'll circle back to it. Okay. News man. There is a website for Fallout that you may not be aware of. It's called Fallout Watch or Watch Fallout Explore. It's confusing, but basically it's this website where there's a map and you can see little points of interest. Vault 33 door, you can click on that, explore the 3D location, and it's genuinely like kind of cool because you can go here, and this is one of those like augmented reality things where you can actually go and explore. It's genuinely a cool thing. It reminds me of those like shared experiences you used to have back in 2011, you know, when movies and crossovers would do this stuff on a DVD menu. But what I wanted to show you about this is actually something in the top right corner. You see these little points of interest and stuff. That's interesting enough. But what happens when I move up here? What's that? What's that? Well, if we enhance, okay? It's counting down 27 days, 14 hours, 26 minutes. And when you try to click it, it just says coming soon. And this actually aligns with the release date of the final episode of the show. Now, people have started to lose their freaking minds, okay? People have started to conclude that they're gonna shadow drop Fallout 3 remastered. They're gonna shadow drop Fallout New Vegas on that day. Why else would they have a countdown? Why else would they do this? Now I'm gonna be real. Don't get your hopes up, okay? I'm gonna offer the counter, but I'm gonna build this up and drag you along a little bit longer, okay? Just giving you a heads up, okay? Spoiler alert, I'm gonna break your heart. But that's what people are saying. There's also partnered reports like this one. Grant Taylor Hill posted this on Insider Gaming today. Fallout New Vegas remake is coming, it's claimed. And you can see that there's all this. Yeah, the recent Windows Central feature said we are eventually getting a Fallout 3 remaster remake in the vein of Elder Scrolls 6 Oblivion Remastered, as well as Fallout New Vegas on top. That's what Jez Corden has posted on his article that we're going to look at a little bit later. And so people are taking that and running with it and being like, oh God, this is happening. It's actually happening. They're going to drop this. Now, we do know that a Fallout 3 remaster has been in the works. We do know that was revealed in the leaked FTC document from 2020 that was in the works. It was originally slated to release the same year, or at least fiscal year, as Elder Scrolls 6. That was what was on the document, was that it was releasing the same year as Elder Scrolls. That would put it like 2028, 2029 if it's been delayed the same amount. Might not have been, but everything else on that list has been shifted forward about 2 years. And because again, that list was put together in July of 2020. So if you shift everything forward because of like the COVID delays and everything, it would put it probably still in that like 28 range. But it is in the works. So people are like, maybe it's happening. Maybe it's happening. Well, this reminded me of something from years ago. I posted a poll on YouTube for you guys to vote on. As you can see here, do you know what the term is? Survivor 2299. This is a deep cut. So I'm not shocked that only 10% of you know what it is. Survivor 2299 was a fascinating thing that happened over 10 years ago, 12, 13 years ago. Okay. It was December. Well, it started November of 2013. Okay. November of 2013. What am I referring to? Well, there was a website that showed up out of nowhere called survivor2299.com. Okay. And this is a Reddit thread from November 14th of 2013. That's when the website was first discovered and discussed. Now, if you go to the website today, you're going to see something different that we'll talk about in a minute. But we'll get there. There was like things like an audio track. There were codes. There were all sorts of things tied into it that were very, very fascinating. Nowadays, if you try to go back through some of these links, they're all broken because it's been so long that a lot of it is lost media at this point. But you can see Bethesda's channel is linked in the source code. Two things. One, if it's fake, why didn't they just flat out say we're not connected to this? Two, VGAs are in December. Bethesda announced Skyrim there 3 years ago. Oh, dude, the days of things being announced 3 years ago instead of 7. If this really is going to be for Fallout 4, I think I'll cry tears of joy. One major problem if it becomes Fallout Boston based on the Fall River Line song, the accent, wah wah, never changes. Sorry, that's funny. So basically it was a website that had a bunch of very cryptic text and suspicious things that people were trying to figure out. And there's actually somebody that we know. There's somebody we know that covered this back in the day. Mr. Matty Plays. Video posted December 4th, 2013. You know Mr. Matty Plays. Like, he's still rocking and rolling. But he posted this video all the way back then.
Guys, it is Matty here, and today I'm bringing you another Fallout 4 video. This is a Fallout 4 hub. When you want Fallout 4 videos and information, you come here, people. So, before anything, be sure to check out yesterday's video. It was a very big upload. Everyone is loving it, getting fantastic feedback on that update. And also, everything in this video will make a lot more sense if you check that one out. So be sure to do that before anything. Anyways, today we have two new Morse codes that were released within 20 minutes of each other. They actually came out December 3rd. But, as always, I give myself a little time to think, register, make some connections for all these Morse codes. But, anyways, let's get into it. So this is the first Morse code. Nothing too big. And this one actually doesn't really tell us too much. I feel it's the start of something big.
So basically, they started getting these random Morse code or like Caesar ciphers and stuff posted on the website, the survivor2299.com. And they were all like kind of cryptic things. They mentioned things like various bridges in Boston, and people started connecting the dots that, oh, it's been leaked that Fallout 4 is going to be set in Boston. So this must be alluding to that. And this ran rampant for a solid like 2 weeks. 2.5, 3 weeks, okay? Everyone was so hyped. There were timers. Eventually, there was a timer on the website, Survivor2299, that was counting down to, I believe it was December 13th is what it was counting down to. And like Bethesda let the line out. They let people stir themselves up and get super hyped and excited, thinking that they were going to like reveal the Elder Scrolls or reveal Fallout 4 finally. Like That's what people were thinking was actually going to happen. But then something happened. Something happened. And Maddie was not happy.
What is up, you guys? It is Maddie here, and today I'm bringing you quite possibly the angriest fucking rant you will ever see on my channel in the history of forever. So, if you're new here, yes, this is my face. This is what I look like. I apologize if this is a bad first impression, but I had to get this off my chest. I was gonna wait to
This, I believe, is the face reveal. I think this was the actual face reveal.
upload this video, but I just can't. I am fuming mad right now. I kind of let a little steam blow off before I made this, so I didn't just curse the whole video, but it's probably going to happen anyways. So if you didn't know, the Survivor 2299 website was confirmed a hoax. If you go to the webpage now, I'll throw up a screenshot. If you go there now, you'll see it says Tunnel Snakes Rule, or that's it, Tunnel Snakes, and you know, it's a picture of the Tunnel Snakes Rule dance and shit, and it's like, really? It was originally the Rick Roll, which everyone has been predicting since the end of it all, but, you know, thank God they changed it, because I was really pissed after that, and I still am. So allow me to get into that, and I'll end this video with a dwindle of hope for you guys, so that you don't leave this just listening to me cry my eyes out. By the way, yes, I am walking around in my basement. It is...
Dude, I think that would have been baller if you just upload a video of you just... Because that's how everybody felt. Everyone was so excited for it, man. Like, and this is one thing that you got to give... like, especially Bethesda fans, is that they have historically been very passionate. They get really excited, and they love the cryptic stuff. They love figuring it out. You remember the reveal of Fallout 76 when they did that stream? Fallout 76 announcement stream. They did that stream for like days. No, not Fallout Day. Is it even still up anymore? You remember what I'm talking about? They did that random stream that was just, it went on and on forever. I guess it's not showing up. It would have been 2018. Nope, I don't see it. Okay, well, screw me. Anyway, they've like, the fan base loves this kind of thing. They love having something to sink their teeth into. But this was a hoax, and it made a lot of us very sad, Maddie included. And you know, it's always just so fun to see December 6th, 2013. Like, we were babies, we were children. We were children back then. Times were simple, you know, but eventually we would get Fallout 4 revealed and released and DLC and everything. So that would eventually happen, but that's, you know, what happened with Survivor 2299, where people took something that ended up being revealed as a hoax. It was basically a guy that was just trying to hype people up and troll. When he was asked, he did a Reddit AMA after all of this, and understandably a lot of people were upset about it. But he did a Reddit AMA, and he basically said, some people just want to watch the world burn. And that's what he was doing. And it worked. It ticked a lot of people off. Bethesda did eventually come out and confirm that it was not legit. They did come out and say that it wasn't them, and they shut it down, which they probably could have done sooner, frankly. But, you know, never let hype go to waste. I think that's Todd's motto. Never let some good hype go to waste, even if it leads to disappointment. Let them get excited. Let them get excited, you know. So that brings us back to this thing that people are getting really hyped up over right now. I'm gonna be real. There are things like this where it's claimed that a New Vegas remake is coming, Fallout 3 remake is coming, and all that, and people are trying to connect those dots. But at the same time, you have to also look at the evidence that suggests that this is probably nothing. For one, Jez Corden, the same source for this article, is also a source for this article posted on the same website. Mysterious Fallout Countdown isn't related to Fallout 3 remake, it's claimed. Some people are saying that that means it's probably for Fallout New Vegas Remastered, even though there's no confirmation that that is even in the works. What he wrote in his article over here is, I'm told this is not the case, that the Fallout 3 remake announcement is what that's for. However, we are eventually getting a Fallout 3 remake in the vein of Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered. And so he says we're eventually getting it, but that's, according to his source or sources, that's not what this is. The other thing is to just look at it kind of practically. This is pretty clearly a map as we see in the show. And they have the different locations, like the farm outlaid here. They have this, they have the shop, they've got the old terminal, they have all these different things, Vault 33, they have all these things laid out on the map, and this seems to be a location that will be shown in the final episode of the show, because it counts down, it drops at the final episode. That's probably what it is. Like maybe it's Hoover Dam, maybe it's something like that, but it's some location that we're probably going to see. Skip says it's 100% a merch drop in partnership with Amazon. No way it's a game. I think that that's way more likely. Now, would it be cool if it ended up being Fallout 3 remastered and they shadow drop it at the last episode? That would be genuinely really cool. And I think, assuming the ending of the season is good, going out on top with a bang with the release of a shadow dropped game, that would be really cool. And I think it could capitalize on a lot of excitement if they actually had it ready. But all indications is that it's not ready yet. And the people who at least claim to have sources are saying that's not what it is. Okay? It's just not. So as fun as this is, and as fun as Survivor 2299 was, and as fun as it is to get really hyped over something, I think it's important to maintain a healthy level of skepticism and just remember that if you keep low expectations, it's way harder to be disappointed. And in this case, hype is fun. Hype is exciting. And there's things for you to read into and try to connect dots. And it's like a game within a game, people trying to turn the hype process into a game almost. It reminds me of that one Reddit post we saw on stream of the guy in the lead up to Starfield, where he commented on a post of somebody that was like, I'm just worried we're getting too hyped for Starfield and it might not live up to expectations. And a guy posted in the comments, and it stuck with me. He's like, honestly, the process of the excitement and the hype and all of our discussions over what could be in the game, that's been so enjoyable and fun for me that even if the game ends up pretty mediocre, I'm still happy with what we had here and the time that we spent as a community getting hyped over it. Like, it was almost like the hype was itself an experience and a game that was worth it by itself, at least for some of these people. And I think that was true for Survivor 2299. Even now, over a decade later, I'm still thinking about it and talking about it for some reason. And not just to go back and see young Maddie, but just in general, because it's interesting. And it's, with this stuff, I understand people are going to get really excited. But I also want to just urge caution, because yes, the experience, the ride up to the top is really fun. But if there's no payoff, you're just at the top of a roller coaster sitting still, and turns out there's no drop. It's just the ride's over. So it's okay to be excited, but getting hyped, I think, is a recipe for sadness. So I urge caution, but we'll see what happens with the show and with that final reveal. Do any of you guys final predictions for what it actually is? Final predictions. I think, if we go to the website, you can see it pulls up Amazon when you click on that shop. So they already have a store page built out for it. As for the archive, vault, you can go here and
each one of these underground burgs comes with all the modern amenities you've come to expect.
They actually play it out. I told Nikki the other day, I was like, hey, with our next house, when we get a big property, I will be building a bunker. It's going to be like the gaming bunker where you're going to go down and we're going to have a D&D table and stuff set down there for board games and tabletop games. And then we're also going to have it decorated like a Fallout shelter. It's going to be freaking awesome. And she's like, you do you. So I have official permission. Lock it in. We're doing it. Okay. We'll do a whole video series of us building it. I don't know if you can do that legally, but I want to. So I want it. I want it. I want it now. Give me. That's what I want. So what's your final predictions? I think that it's probably, frankly, I think it's probably just gonna be like you said, a merch drop or a trailer, maybe. Creation Club quests that don't work. Somebody said a Fallout 76 update or mission or something. That's possible too. Yeah, anything is possible. It could also just be one of these interactive experiences, like 3D locations, but for like Hoover Dam. It could also just be that. Like they've got this one that they built out, and this is legitimately pretty cool. I think that this is awesome, but I think that it could also very well just be this, but on Hoover Dam or something like that. So yeah, I would urge caution. You never know. It could be something really exciting. And if it is a Fallout 3 drop, we'll be excited there. I just think at this point, there's not much reason to conclude that that's the case. So there you go. There you go. Now you know what Survivor 2299 was. And you can be disappointed a decade after the fact. There you go. Okay. I can close that out. I'm sorry, I can't get over this. Dude, there's so many little tidbits in here.
And today I'm bringing you a Fallout 4 video. This is a Fallout Hub. When you want Fallout videos and information, you come here, people. So before anything, definitely check out my last video. It was a video on when we should expect a release date, and I'm getting a lot of cool comments from you guys on when you think it's going to happen. So definitely check out that video. While you're at it, follow me on Twitter, like me on Facebook. Get me to 1,000 on each of those so that I can interact with you guys. New idea, and since I thought that a lot of you guys probably haven't played Fallout 1 or 2, I was figuring
Dude, a different era. Oh, so fun. So fun. Okay. I guess we could talk about this now. Okay. Lol, when Facebook was a thing. Yeah, dude, this is like Google Plus era too. So in some of those videos, you hear references to like random social media platforms. You're like, oh yeah. Send me a message on YouTube. You remember when YouTube used to have messages? Like you could message a content creator that you followed, and it was like an email system within YouTube. It was a whole thing. Now it's all gone, but anyway. Okay. Let's do this. Chanster, thank you for the 16 months. Thoughts on hold on. Keep scrolling. Have you ever given your final thoughts on Ghost of Yotei after finishing it? Definitely different than Tsushima, but I honestly think with the type of story they went with, they did it very well. On the face, it seems like a generic revenge story, but the twists and turns really help. Much better than AC Shadows' revenge plot. My impression just like has been confirmed, like the more you play it, at least for me. I still like Jin Sakai way more as a protagonist. Atsu's not bad. I think Jin is way more compelling. And one of my favorite things that I've talked about with Tsushima for so long is that they have this whole underlying meta narrative of like honor versus pragmatism. Like, should you betray your honor to save your people? Even if it means losing your honor, like you're saving your people. So is it really worth letting your people die and suffer just so you can feel honorable, you know? And I think that that's such a fascinating thing to explore, narratively speaking. And they did such a good job of it in Ghost of Tsushima. No spoilers, of course, in case you haven't finished it, but like that's kind of where the final encounter is. Like that's what it's about. It turns out that that's sort of the main antagonist of the game, is the concept of honor. And I just find it brilliant, and I think it's fantastic. Yotei doesn't have pretty much anything like that. Like, Yotei is just very much, my family, I'm gonna go kill people and spare a lot of them, sure, but I'm gonna go on a revenge quest. And it's just narratively way more flat for me. it's not bad. Like, I really like Yote, and I think mechanically it's a step up in pretty much every single conceivable way. It's just that narratively, I think Tsushima was really phenomenal. And so it's less about putting down or criticizing Yote and more about just how good Tsushima was, narratively speaking. So for me, it's still a very, very good game. It's just that Tsushima, for me, it's fantastic. You know, it's just so good. I will also say, again, no spoilers because it just came out, but within Yote, a lot of those, I mean, maybe I'm alone, a lot of those plot twists and turns I saw coming like a mile away. Like a lot of those I called out in the first hour. I was like, I bet this is going to happen. I bet they're going to do this. And then it ends up happening. And you're like, oh, okay. Like, it's not bad. It's just like very predictable, you know? Very predictable. Let's see. Twitch is being stupid again. Looks like Twitch died. No way, really? Oh, it's resurrected now? Yeah, it looks like it's up for me. That's crazy, dude. Twitch is all over the place, man. Twitch is all over the place. Let's do. What is that? Oh, I see. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. Let's talk about this. Let's do this next, and then we'll circle forward. This is what was referenced in a bunch of those other ones, so we'll circle back on it. Thoughts on the next Ghost Recon game? I don't know much about it, but we should see that and a lot of other stuff revealed in June. So buckle up, buckaroo. Like, seriously, I don't know what Ubisoft's plans are, but on paper, they should have, like, probably the most stuff to show of any third-party publisher in the industry right now. Like, they should have a ton to show this summer. So if I were them, I would just go swinging for the fences. Like, this should on paper be the start of like their comeback, because they should have all new AC stuff, new Far Cry stuff, new Division stuff, new Tom Clancy stuff, new Rainbow stuff. Like, they should have tons of stuff to share, but time will tell. Okay, let's do this. Just also a friendly reminder, everybody, no spamming chat, otherwise we have to time you out. I'm sorry. I know it's not fun. I know it's fun to spam and to copy and paste messages, but we can't do that. Also, no caps, because they give me a headache. Okay. Sorry to be the party pooper. I'm just like, I try to read them and I'm just like, ugh. You know, this is, my brain doesn't like it. Okay. Let's do this. So this is an article by Jez Corden published 2 hours ago on Windows Central. And basically he's going through what his sources have told him to expect for Team Green over on Team Green throughout the rest of this year. Now, what is currently established is that there is going to be an Xbox partner showcase in like mid to late January, sometime second or third week, probably. My sneaking suspicion is that they're going to do it either right before or right after the announcement of massive layoffs, because they want to kind of recapture the narrative. So if they reveal a lot of cool stuff, wait like a week and then reveal that they laid off 10,000 people, it's going to kind of be a bit of a bummer. But if they do the announcement of all the layoffs and then immediately showcase a lot of games people are excited for, they probably will get away with a lot more of it. So that's kind of my expectation. But they should have that. They should have a lot of things that are expected to come this year. New like Halo stuff. They have the anniversary thing later this year. Of course, Gears of War, Forza, Fable should finally be here. A lot of third-party stuff is also expected to be there, so it's possible that Xbox reveals the Black Flag remake for Ubisoft. That's quite possible, but let's see what he has to say on his post. It's also officially Xbox's 25th anniversary this year, and it's starting on a bit of a sour note for many, and it really shouldn't be. They had a fantastic 2025 on paper. Xbox first party shipped more games than ever. Xbox Game Pass arguably had its best sprint of high-quality games ever too, with Expedition 33, Silksong, Doom, The Dark Ages, Oblivion Remake, and many more hitting the service. It's true. A lot of the discourse around Xbox is, of course, very negative, because they're very bad frankly, at marketing. I know, shocker, the company that names their products, the Xbox the Xbox ROG Ally Xbox. I don't even know, dude. I do this for a living and I can't keep up with it. Like, the company that names their stuff that is bad at marketing. Okay. Everything's an Xbox too. What the hell does that even mean? This is an Xbox. And so even though they're bad at marketing and communicating with people, I will say that they did have a lot of solid games drop on the service. Just having Expedition 33 and Silksong on the service included, those are pretty solid gets, frankly. Those pretty solid. Doom kind of fell flat for a lot of people, but Oblivion also being on it, that's a huge W as well. That ended up being massive, especially when it dropped. So all of these, definitely heavy hitting. Pretty much most of these dropped in like a 6-week window, I think, but still. Anyway, continuing. We also saw a huge Xbox partnership with the Asus, the Xbox Ally gaming handheld, which puts Xbox Play Anywhere at the forefront. Microsoft also announced a big partnership with AMD for next-gen consoles. Alas, that's not what Xbox's 2025 will be remembered for, sadly. Microsoft has been working overtime to sync its image, injecting AI slop into every product it has, laying off thousands while bragging about how much of its code is written by AI, and hiking prices of products to uncomfortable levels. Xbox Game Pass picked up 50% price hike on the highest tier, and the Xbox Series X and S hardware has become prohibitively expensive, leading to free fall sales declines. I saw some analysts were actually suggesting that Microsoft is intentionally nuking their console sales by raising prices as much as they are. And the strategy behind it is that manufacturing stuff is becoming prohibitively expensive and the margins are minuscule. So Xbox is basically getting people to give up on their own hardware so that they can go and focus their efforts on high margin businesses, such as software distribution, which I guess makes sense if all they care about is margin. And you might be like, Luke, that doesn't make sense. Why would that be all they care about? Because they only really care about margin. Like Amy Hood, who is the CFO of Microsoft, she's a corporate shark in her own right, like very capable individual. She may look unthreatening, but like, bro, we study her in business school, and you don't mess with Amy. You don't mess with Amy. She is a cutthroat corporate shark, dude. Nom, bite, slash them budgets. Like, that's what she does. So she's very good. There's a reason that she's, the chief financial officer for a multi-trillion-dollar company. Okay. But for her, like, do you think she cares about like Xbox's brand image? No. She wants you to hit that 30% margin. It was also really funny. There was that article that was posted where Xbox or Microsoft executives were asked about the 30% margin that they were reportedly mandating Xbox hit on pretty much everything. And they said, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. No, 30%. But they didn't offer any counter. They didn't offer any source. The article or the website that posted that article didn't provide a source for the counter or for the rejection of that claim. And to me, it just seems like either it was a made up source or it was one of those things where it's like the source is like, yeah, well, it's 29% margin. So no, it's not 30, but it's like, it seems like there's a lot more sources claiming that the 30% margin is what's expected of them than sources claiming that it's not. So I think that makes sense that they're pushing it. It also explains all of their behavior. Anyway, other things like injecting AI slop into every product it has. This is only going to continue. Satya Nadella is like obsessed with AI stuff. And his big thing is that he wants to normalize it. So you probably saw the story, AI slop. He did an interview. This was a bit of a blunder. He did an interview where he was like, I'm really upset that people call AI slop. This was a couple of weeks after Merriam-Webster named the word slop as the word of the year, which is very funny. He wrote on his personal blog, the CEO of Microsoft, that he wants us to stop thinking of AI as slop and start thinking of it as bicycles for the mind. So in response, the internet branded them as microslop. Kind of funny. Honestly, I don't know what he expected to happen. When you go to the internet and say, stop it, stop calling me this, they're going to keep calling you it. You know, that's just how it works. So he's going to keep pushing it. His big thing is to normalize it. That's what he wants. So his whole push, I think, for the next 2-3 years is in every facet of their business, making AI so normal and much less of a buzzword, but like very normalized, that it's no longer seen as like scandalous. Because it's not just about their AI products. Most of their business right now is built up in investment on AI data centers and stuff for Microsoft Azure, their cloud systems. And so he needs other people to use AI like ChatGPT, which they own like 50% of. He needs them to use that and for it to not be socially taboo, because that's also what's healthy for their business. So his whole thing for the next 5 years is making AI normal and getting people to stop complaining about it. Back in the day, like 25-ish years ago, 25, 30 years ago, there was a big push where like the internet was becoming very widespread and mainstream. And you can go back and see news conferences and or news reports and press conferences and stuff of some people that were like, this internet thing is going to die out. It's just a fad. Real business is done on paper and stuff like that. And of course it didn't age well, but it's because they pushed very hard to normalize it and make it mainstream. And that's what they're going to try to do as well. And I think the effect of that is that they're going to pump AI stuff into every single aspect of your life. Like everything, even your games. I think like they've already talked about hiring a bunch of people at the Microsoft like Halo studios that are all former AI people from the corporate upper echelons. And so I think the odds are actually decently high that they are going to, my guess is, try to sell Halo as like an AI assisted game. I think that they're going to do stuff like that where they're like, yes, ChatGPT actually wrote the story for the next Halo and it's going to go terribly, but like never underestimate their ability to be woefully disconnected from reality. Okay. it's seriously, just wait. If you doubt me, bro, some of the stuff that they do is insane. Okay. Some of the stuff they do is insane. So I think that they're going to keep pushing it and it's just going to become more and more of a focus. So if you think that they're going to cool down on making everything about AI, I don't think they are. They're just going to keep pushing it. As for layoffs, it's being reported that we should expect 11 to 22,000 layoffs from Microsoft in the third week of January. Again, hate to say I told you so, but like back in August, September, I told you guys get ready for another round in January, and it's happening. So they're going to lay off tons of people. Other things like price hikes. Yeah, like I said, maybe that's an intentional thing where they're nuking the business to focus on higher margin business sectors. That would actually not surprise me. It doesn't make sense on paper to intentionally screw up your own business, but when you start thinking like a corporate shark that only cares about margins, all of a sudden it starts to make sense. Continuing on, the drama led to a barrage of headlines questioning whether or not Xbox would even still exist to see its big 25th anniversary slated for November 15th of 2026. What also is really interesting is that Phil Spencer, have you noticed? He used to do a lot of interviews. He's largely AFK. Like, have you noticed that? He's just kind of disappeared. He used to do a ton of press and interviews and updates and stuff, and he's just been like totally AFK. Like totally AFK. And it's very, very interesting. It's very interesting. He's hiding. I think it could be that he's hiding. It could also just be that, let's be honest, it didn't really seem to do a lot of good. You know, when he was doing interviews, most of the time, it would just be like a video that we could use in 6 months to point out how he contradicted himself, because he would often say things like, we're just bringing 4 games to PlayStation. And then 6 months later, they're bringing 1,000, you know, I don't think it ever really helped anything. It was nice to have transparency. I think it's good and healthy for the industry, but in terms of helping Xbox's business, I don't think it helped anything. So he's probably sitting on the sidelines. Isn't he retiring? Nothing's confirmed as far as I'm aware. But again, my expectation, and this has been my expectation for like a year and a half, 2 years, is that he's probably going to retire at the end of this generation, and then Sarah Bond will take over. Sarah Bond is the president of Xbox, so she's currently, like, seems to me, being prepared to take over as CEO. I think Matt Booty are probably going to he's probably sticking around in some capacity, but yeah, I think Phil will probably retire and Sarah will take over as CEO. That seems to be what they want. If you don't know Sarah Bond, she is very capable in a corporate context. I don't get the vibe that she is a gamer or gives a crap about gaming at all. Doesn't mean necessarily that she'd be bad at the job, but I think that there's a reason why Satya Nadella would like her in that role, and it's because, like, she gets it. She gets the corporate game, you know. That's my expectation. Yeah, went to Yale and Harvard. Need I say more? Like, very, very highly educated. Yeah, and her big thing, this was like what kind of rocketed her to the top of the list, I think. Bond played a pivotal role in representing Microsoft during the scrutinized bid to acquire Activision Blizzard. Her deal was basically that she was given the task of getting the Activision deal through, a $70 billion acquisition, and she did it. Which I don't probably need to even say this, but I'll just make it clear. They were trying to buy a $70 billion company, and they had international resistance from multiple governments around the world, from the US governments and like FTC. You had regulators in the UK and in Europe both upset about the deal. Australian regulators were upset about it for a bit, and she managed to navigate that and push the deal through. So she's very capable from a corporate context, but I'm just gonna be real. I've never seen any indication. And honestly, I don't think I've ever heard her say that she's ever played a video game. I'm trying to think. Like, Phil says all the time that he plays video games. His Xbox profile is active and public. You can actually see what games he's playing on a daily basis. I don't think I've ever heard Sarah Bond say that she's ever played a video game. I'm not saying she hasn't said that. I don't think I've ever heard it. I can't think of a time where I've heard that. So anyway, I think that she probably takes over. I don't know if that's, maybe something will shake up. Maybe she'll go to a different company. That happens all the time, where somebody climbs the ladder over here and then jumps to another company. Before working at Microsoft, she was one of the right-hand people to the former CEO of T-Mobile. So she was chief of staff to John Legere, the former CEO of T-Mobile. So she bounced from that company over. So you never know. But anyway, we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, I think that Phil's tenure, when it ends, she'll probably take over. That's the vibe I'm getting. With this, continuing on, where did I leave off? Okay, I suspect Xbox will want to put the negativity of the past year firmly behind itself, but it finds itself in a confluence of challenges, both internal and external. The storm will pass for the vast majority of Xbox gamers unnoticed, most likely, but for the wider audience, Xbox remains firmly under a microscope. I do think that the average consumer is just going to see, ooh, new Halo, ooh, Overwatch had an update. Ooh, we've got a new Call of Duty that's mediocre. I think it's just going to be business as usual. But behind the scenes, a lot is shaking it up. One thing we know for certain is what to expect from Microsoft's first party in 2026. At least generally speaking, Microsoft has a lot in the chamber it can fire off potentially in the coming months. But the headliners are set. Fable, Gears of War. Whoops, I pressed the button. Fable, Gears of War E-Day, Halo Campaign Evolved, and Forza 6. These, Microsoft often jokingly refers to the lineup as the Four Horsemen internally, representing what are arguably the four most iconic Xbox franchises. Out of these, I do expect Fable. I would not sleep on Fable. Like, seriously, all the trailers I've seen, this seems like one of those games that has a lot of mainstream appeal. So I think that this could pop off. Gears of War E-Day, all of the old school gamers that love them some Gears, I think this is going to be a big deal, and they've been given time to work on it, and I think that they're gonna hit it out of the park, most likely. I think that that's gonna be baller. Halo campaign evolved. This one, I don't know, man. No multiplayer. It seems like kind of a training project for the team to get under, like, their feet under them with Unreal.
At Bender 5049 donated
know.
$10 through Super Chat. With Nvidia reportedly bringing back the 30 series cards to counteract the current supply issues, how do you think games will develop going forward?
I think, I mean, it's just going to be kind of plateaued for a bit. I don't think you're going to see any games like really pushing any technical boundaries. I also think that it's very likely the next generation of consoles has been delayed, maybe to 29 or like 2030. So I think that we're just going to get sort of a plateau. So you'll see 3060 going back on sale. The 5090 and 5080 and all those are going to go to the multiple thousands of dollars. That's just going to be the new norm for a while. And probably in 2-3 years, it'll mellow out and settle down, and we'll start to get some more competition, and you'll see prices stabilize a bit more. But yeah, I think that probably just means things stabilize for a bit. That's my expectation. It's my expectation. More optimization. I mean, I hope, but we'll see. I mean, you're going to see more reliance on upscalers for sure, but and we'll talk about it because apparently, according to some testing, the new DLSS actually provides better image quality than rendering in native resolutions in some games, which is insane. But apparently, it's like so good that it can actually resolve detail better than rendering at native resolutions, which is ridiculous. But anyway, we'll talk about that later. Microsoft will show off at least some of these in the January Xbox Developer Direct show, which has become an annualized tone-setting event for Xbox's yearly lineup. While I'm not sure exactly what will be shown there this year yet, it seems the 4-pillar franchises seem highly likely, although I have heard one of Microsoft's more intrepid teams may be ready to show off what it has been baking. Some have been wondering if a mysterious countdown on Fallout TV show's Amazon Prime website is hinting at a shadow drop for a new Fallout Gamer remaster. That's what we talked about earlier in the stream. However, we are eventually getting a Fallout 3 remake. He says, I'm told this is not the case, that it's for that drop. It's probably for like merch or something. Let's see. I'm told Obsidian of Grounded, The Outer Worlds, and Fallout New Vegas fame has 4 new projects, some big, some small. Fallout co-creator Tim Kaine also joined the studio a short while ago. I'm not sure if any of these projects are Fallout related, but either way, it shows Xbox isn't taking its foot off the pedal when it comes to content. It also seems like they are putting a lot of eggs in the Obsidian basket, and I don't blame them. Like, Obsidian was able to put out basically 3 AA games last year like it was nothing. They put out The Outer Worlds 2, Avowed, and they launched Grounded 2. Like, they're just coming out swinging, dude. Like, don't sleep on Obsidian. And yes, Tim Kaine, co-creator of Fallout, he did join them, but he did say that he's like, don't bother asking what I'm working on because it's not what you think it is. So make of that what you will. Probably not Fallout, frankly. I would love it if it were, but it's probably not. Continuing on the topic of Fallout, we are, of course, also eventually getting Fallout 5, which I understand to be greenlit. I'm sorry, I saw this article go out. I don't know if it was from Jez or who, but I remember seeing the article go out like 6 months ago. Reporting states that Fallout 5 has been greenlit. Duh, like what? How is this news? Of course it's greenlit. Like, I think it was greenlit 20 years ago, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Of course. Like, I understand people want a story about like anything Fallout related, but like, seriously? Seriously? Like, of course it was greenlit. Like, breaking news: GTA 7 has been greenlit for 30 years from now. Okay, Bethesda's Todd Howard noted in a previous interview that Fallout is receiving a ton of investment right now. He said that in the context of Fallout 76 and the TV show, though. So I would be I'd be cautious. I mean, it's like in the context, it sounded like he was talking about mainly Fallout 76. It could be a while before we see the fruits of that labor, but perhaps we could see them teased at an upcoming show. Maybe. I think everything Todd has said, though, is that he regrets showing off Elder Scrolls 6 so early. And let's be honest, the only reason they showed it off when they did was because they were trying to sell to Xbox and they wanted to get people excited about it so that they could go to Xbox and be like, hey, give us more money for our company. Look how excited everybody is for Elder Scrolls 6 and Starfield. Like, give us money. So Todd has said many times he regrets showing it off really, really early. And right now, the conservative estimate, and I am not exaggerating, the conservative estimate for Fallout 5 is like 2032, 2033. It's possible they pump it out faster. It's really unlikely, but like we're talking about mid 2030. So I would be very surprised if Todd revealed revealed Fallout 5 this decade. I don't think he's going to do that. Continuing, after all, 2026 marks several major anniversaries for Xbox and some of its subsidiaries. Xbox is having its 25th anniversary. Blizzard is having its 35th. Bethesda is having its 40th. I think that honestly this year, this is deep. This is a far out there, like swing for the fences. Not even prediction, but like possibility. Because it's their 40th anniversary. It's not impossible that we get an Elder Scrolls 6 trailer this summer. In June at the Xbox Showcase. I don't think it would show much of anything. I think it would be another like sizzle reel kind of deal, but it's not impossible. They've already announced it. Todd said he regrets showing it so early, but it's already announced. It's like the cat's out of the bag. Historically, I think with Starfield, they did what? A 2-year marketing cycle predominantly for that when they started actually showing stuff. And it's expected to probably come out like 2028. Is what's currently expected. So if they started up the marketing cycle in June, that would prime it for release, sometime in 2028. It would give them something big to celebrate their 40th anniversary with. It's not impossible. I don't think it's likely. I think it's more likely they show it off in 2027 because I think one of the problems with Starfield is that the marketing cycle was too long and it let the hype kind of get out of control. But Starfield was only 2 years because of delays. Yeah, I don't think that they've magically figured out their production process. So they might, for all we know, maybe they are targeting 2027. All Todd said was that it was not coming out in 2026. And I should clarify that because people sometimes hear that and misunderstand. What Todd said in that interview on the red carpet, he was asked which game comes out first, GTA 6 or Elder Scrolls 6. GTA 6 is coming in November of this year, okay? That's the earliest it's coming. Earliest. And he was asked, is it coming before or after? And he said GTA 6 is coming first. So that puts it either December of 26 or 27, 28, somewhere like that. So people who are still like, it could happen this year. I don't think so, dude. And nobody's launching any game anywhere close to GTA 6. Not even Todd, okay? Like, he's not releasing it a week after GTA 6. He's just not, okay? I'm sorry to be the party pooper. He's not doing that, okay? And I know for most of you guys, you're like, no duh, it's not coming out this year. There are still fanboys in the comment section of some of our videos that are saying, I still think it's coming this year. So I'm just trying to prevent them from getting bummed when it doesn't, okay? Anyway. So that's a deep cut. It's possible that they could have a trailer or something for Elder Scrolls 6 to celebrate the 40th anniversary. They could also just not mention it at all and move on. You know, it's like those people who are like, it's my 34th birthday. It's a big deal in my family. I'm like, is it though? It just seems like it's a big deal for you. Like, is it a big deal? I don't know. Maybe they don't care about the 40th birthday and it's like, they'd rather pretend they're turning 39 again. I don't know. But it's possible. It's possible. 25th anniversary is exciting and is like, oh, it's quarter century. Yeah, celebrate that. 35th. okay, maybe 40th, possibly, but it feels like 25th, 50th, 75th, like those are the big ones. But anyway, continuing, Microsoft and its teams are planning a wide variety of events, or not a wide, I inserted that. I apparently subconsciously wanted to say wide. Microsoft and its teams are planning a variety of events and announcements to celebrate these milestones. At BlizzCon 2026, I thoroughly expect to see new expansions revealed for Diablo 4, alongside World of Warcraft's The Last Titan. We should also get major updates for Overwatch and Hearthstone and potentially other new mobile game reveals. You all have phones, don't you? There has been long-held rumors of an Overwatch mobile game on the horizon, for example, and I've heard another Warcraft mobile game project is in gestation. The headline for BlizzCon 2026 is most likely going to be StarCraft. It was previously reported that StarCraft is getting the third-person shooter treatment, and I confirmed these rumors true via my own sources a while back. For Bethesda's 40th, we could catch a glimpse of id Software's next title, or it has been rumored for an incredibly long time that id could return to Quake or Hexen now that all the rights fully exist within the Microsoft umbrella. Machine Games is also thought to be working on a Rainbow Six-like multiplayer title, although I've heard that Wolfenstein 3 is also in the cards.
At Draymond donated $20 through Super Chat. Do you think it's possible for Highguard to just be a Transformers 1 situation where the marketing is just terrible but it's actually really good? That opening trailer for the game was bad, but the game could be good.
Oh yeah. No, it's like I want to be clear, like I don't think the game is as bad as the reaction to the trailer would have you believe. My point in my discussion of Highguard is that the reason people reacted the way that they did, and it's become such a topic, is specifically because of how it was revealed and how they framed it. I think Jeff revealing that as the last thing of the show did way more damage than any of them possibly imagined. Like, I think that they probably thought that was doing it a favor and it was going to be an advantage for being revealed as the last thing. I think it actually hurt it significantly. So I'm sure the game ends up coming out and being like, it's not bad. But can you be not bad or even good and still be like successful nowadays? I'm not sure you can. I think you have to be phenomenal. You have to be exceptional, you know, otherwise you'll just sink, because you're going up against a lot of established things. You know, you're in the middle of a storm in the ocean and you're surrounded by a bunch of big established ships that have fought through these storms before, and then you're in a little rowboat, and it's like, it could be a good rowboat, but you have none of the extra support systems that they have for being established, you know? So it's not impossible that they survive the night, but it's going to be tough. You know, it's going to be really tough. I'll try it. And if the game is really good and I'm having a blast, I will say that. I have no problem saying it. I still get flack for saying that Concord had a number of impressive elements, dude. People are like, no, it has to all be bad. No, like the cutscene quality was fantastic. The cinematics in Concord were like legitimately very impressively done. I didn't think the writing was particularly good or anything, but like clearly on a technical level they knew what they were doing. The shooting felt really, really good, and like there were good aspects of it. It was just, as a product, it didn't make any sense. So anyway, on thank you for the 5, and people are going to make sure we never get live service again as last announcement. Yeah, or at least if you're going to do it as the last announcement, it needs to be something that makes sense. Like, it just wasn't like the way, again, that Jeff framed it was that, like, hey, the guys that did Apex and Titanfall, here's something else. And so naturally people are like, oh. But if you actually had Titanfall and it had like multiplayer stuff in it, I think people would be super hyped about it. But it was because they framed it and they were like, yeah, so never mind. It was, again, like that reveal for the game that I forget what it was called, that the Quantic Dream guys are making. You know, they come off of making Detroit Become Human, which is beloved by many. I saw it just sold 1 million copies in a span of like a week because it went on deep sale on Steam. Crazy. Like, a lot of people are playing that and love it. But they are doing like a magic MOBA shooter thing out of nowhere. And it's like, yeah, you can't really sell that as, yeah, coming from the team that did Detroit Become Human and Heavy Rain comes this game that has nothing to do with any of that. It doesn't really work. Anyway, circling back to this. So it's possible Wolfenstein 3 is also in the cards to coincide with the upcoming Wolfenstein Amazon TV show. Perhaps some of these games will break cover at Bethesda's QuakeCon event, but big reveals are often reserved for the Xbox Showcase. As usual, Xbox will hold an event in June to coincide with Summer Games Fest and the post-E3 Summer Marketing Blitz. It's here where we should see glimpses at 2027 titles, which could include games like In Exile's Clockwork Revolution, Undead Labs' State of Decay 3, Arcane's Blade, and possibly other hitherto unknown titles. That's a solid word. I love hitherto. Underrated word. I'm going to say it right now. Cancel me. I don't care. Just my opinion. Clockwork Revolution, I think, is going to be big. I get the same vibe that I got with Expedition 33 when I look at that trailer. I just get a feeling like it's going to be massive.
At Scary Pasta 666
Scary.
donated €10 through Super Chat.
Sorry.
I bought Outer Worlds 2, haven't played the first one. Is it worth trying? It's just been sitting in my Steam library. Sorry if I am off topic, just have had you on in the background for the last hour.
You're good. I appreciate you. I do really like Outer Worlds 2. It is, again, it's a AA scale and feeling RPG, which is really solid. It's just not like, it's not on the scale that I think some people were expecting. Like if they charged $80 for that game, I think it would have been a mess. But I think as a sort of smaller in scope RPG, it's really solid. And they have some really clever ideas there. Like there's one of these systems they have where you can get increased crouch speed, like movement when you're crouched, but every time you stand up, there's a chance that your knees crack and alert the enemies around you. Like they have just really clever like pros and cons to some of their perks, and it's really kind of clever. Again, don't sleep on Obsidian. They know what they're doing, and I think it's pretty solid. Yeah, and especially if you have it in your inventory already, if you have it in your library, play it. Absolutely. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for the 5. If Highguard had been shown in the middle of the show, maybe no one remembers it even exists. Yeah, I mean, it was shown at the last point of the show, and everybody, like, they still haven't captured much demand or discourse. I'm trying to find, one of you guys shared something on our Discord. Gaming news maybe, or was it stream chat room? Yeah. Okay, so V on our Discord said this. Hi, I missed the stream today, so I'm currently watching the VOD for it. I don't know if this was discussed further on stream, but I was able to find August 24th, 2024 screenshot or a snapshot of Concord's Twitter account where they in fact had more followers just after release than they do right now. And this screenshot is here. So Concord did lose followers over time, but the reason he pulled this up was because on stream we were looking at follower numbers, and right now Highguard has like 5,600 followers, I think, on X, and Concord had more followers, which you could conclude meant that there was more interest in Concord than even for Highguard. I just think, like, again, the announcement and reveal was a cataclysmic disaster. Huge mistake, but they're going to learn. They're going to learn that maybe that doesn't work. Maybe you need to be a little more cautious, you know? Let's see. Okay. As for some of these, again, in Exile's Clockwork Revolution, I think is going to be massive. I think that looks baller. Undead Labs State of Decay 3. If this shows up at all, I will be excited because I love State of Decay. And I think this was revealed in 2020. We saw 6 years ago. Like, how on earth do they still not have anything ready? Like, how on earth do they not have anything ready? It's crazy. Blade was also, I think that was 2021. Blade game. Oh no, that was only, it says 2 years ago. It was the Game Awards 2023.
Attention. The sun is currently setting. All citizens are required to shelter indoors.
Relax, man. I don't bite. Lock up tight now. Night's just getting started.
I think that's going to be awesome. I think that's going to be really good. But it's also been AFK for a while, so they should hopefully have something to show. Maybe, possibly. I think that could be really cool. And yeah, they've got a bunch of other stuff. Like, seriously, Xbox has so many studios, and I think they're starting to figure out their timelines of productions. They're giving teams enough time to work on what they need to do, and to get games ready. Because God knows they they had a rough spat of it for a while, where clearly their internal review systems were not working. Like, they reportedly thought Redfall was going to review significantly better than it ended up reviewing. Like, at the time, I think it was suggested that their internal reviews were putting it somewhere in the 80s on Metacritic is what they kind of expected. And so when it reviewed, or when it dropped and was reviewing in like the 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10 range, they were apparently shocked. Like, they had no idea. They really thought it was going to review better. So they started to figure that out, but yeah, they've got a lot of stuff that they're working on that they should have ready to show. I've heard Ninja Theory's next game will be more combat involved and interactive than Hellblade 1 and 2, while retaining the cinematic excellence the studios come to be known for. This also, so Ninja Theory, I'm going to be real. I think now enough dust has settled that this isn't seen as like, as shocking a statement as it once was, perhaps. So like, where is it? Hellblade 2. Yeah. Hellblade 2, the Game Awards. This one was so weird because I loved the first game. I thought it was fantastic. One of the most memorable endings of any game I've ever played. I loved it. I thought the second game was one of the most disappointing things I've ever played in my life. Like, seriously, I thought I had accidentally discovered a fake ending or like an early ending, because it just ends out of nowhere. It's so anticlimactic. It was so disappointing. Like, I can't think of a game that's left me more bummed than this one in recent memory. At least some games like that ended up being sort of underwhelming for a lot of people. Like, I kind of went into them expecting, like, I kind of expected that like Starfield would be kind of meh. And so that didn't really shock me. This one I was really optimistic and hopeful, but it just disappointed me so bad. But they are reportedly working on something new and fresh. It's also interesting because this was apparently, like, if you look at it, they worked on a live service game called Bleeding Edge right before this. So they revealed this in 2020 with the Xbox Series X console, and then they worked on a live service game for a while that of course ended up like collapsing and falling apart. Didn't go over too well, but this is what they were working on. I showed this the other day too, and this ended up getting shut down. So it seems like they only actually worked on Hellblade 2 for like a year and a half, 2 years. And when you consider that with a team of like 70 or 80 people, it starts to make sense why it ended up being as short as it was and kind of as underwhelming as it was. But I'm hopeful for whatever the next project is that they have more time and resources and listen to the feedback, because it was just really, really disappointing. Anyway, so we'll see what they're working on. It seems like they're at least trying to shake it up, be a little bit more, I don't know, ambitious with it. We'll see. Real quick, Sebsters, I think. Back to Bethesda real quick. Luke, do you believe any of the Fallout 3 remaster rumors after about it shadow dropping this year? I think if it were going to shadow drop within 3 months from now, it would start to leak. I think, like, when you look at how much the Oblivion remake was leaking, I think that the fact that we haven't heard much of anything about Fallout 3 remastered specifically, I think that suggests that it's still probably a little ways off. The original FTC leak had it releasing the same year as Elder Scrolls 6. So maybe a year from now. It's possible it comes out this year, but I would just be cautious. I'm not sure if I believe it's coming this year. It was originally supposed to, but seeing how everything else has been delayed, it seems like it might have gotten pushed back a little as well. especially because it seems like that is also being done by Bethesda, not by Virtuos. And if that's the case, it doesn't shock me at all. It's taking them a long time. Let's see. RPG veteran Luke is underrated in my opinion, just like the finals. Oh, that's very sweet of you. That's very sweet of you. The finals is fantastic. Blackbeard, thank you for the 5. Is it true that Kathleen Kennedy is retiring and Dave is taking over? It's been reported. I don't know if they've officially confirmed it yet, but yeah, it's been reported, I believe. But I know she's retiring. I don't know if they have publicly confirmed that Dave is taking over. It's just been like reported by an outlet, like a magazine. Mercurial Funk, thank you for the 5 as well. It's crazy that they made a scarier Vecna in Dead by Daylight than the actual show. Dude, I didn't watch Stranger Things, but I know some friends who like were obsessive over it, and they were not happy with how that show ended. So I'm kind of glad I didn't get into it. Let's see. Continuing on, we'll also catch a glimpse of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, undoubtedly there, with Activision eager to reconnect with fans after Black Ops 7's controversial delivery. Call of Duty will also drop on the Nintendo Switch later this year, fulfilling Microsoft's promises to regulators. There are strong rumors that Age of Empires will return with a new title in the future too, powered by Unreal Engine, and we could see more of Hideo Kojima's mysterious OD horror project this year as well. I believe one of the actors actually passed away as well. One of the actors from the trailer passed away. So I don't know if that could have thrown things for a loop as well. There's also plenty of unknowns. Microsoft Xbox Publishing still has plenty of secret projects. Xbox's largest stable of service games will doubtless get major updates this year, including Minecraft, Grounded 2, Fallout 76, Elder Scrolls Online, and King mobile franchises. We could see toys for Bob's long-rumored Spyro this year. What is the mysterious off-look elsewhere entertainment Xbox team working on? Perhaps we'll find out in 2026. They also will have, let's see, Xbox Ally roadmap updates. I reported last year that the next Xbox will run full-bore Windows, and that is still the plan. In partnership with AMD, the next Xbox will utilize Windows 11 full-screen experience with the Xbox app to deliver its console interface. Microsoft is working on major updates to the Xbox PC app to accommodate this, bringing it more closely in line with what Xbox console players will expect when engaging with the device on their TV rather than at their desk. Where it diverges with traditional PCs, it's in its ability to actually run games compatible with Xbox One and Series X. Microsoft announced that it's partnering with AMD to enable Xbox games on its PC-like device. Existing Xbox console users' libraries will come forward with them to the new Xbox as Microsoft continues to commit to backwards compatibility in a big way. That's very interesting. Seems like 2026 is going to be the year of like the PC on the TV experiences. So like we'll have the Steam machine, which is basically just like a little PC, but you know, plugged into your TV. And then the next Xbox, which I don't know if we'll hear about it this year. I still think it's probably coming in like a year or two more because it's going to be really expensive. But excuse me, I think they I think that's going to be the big push. I think a lot of companies are going to start to really push on that type of thing. I think it's going to do well. I mean, I think that's a good idea. I think that a lot of console gamers are realizing as things start to spread to all different platforms that on PC, the water's fine, dude. The water's fine. It's really nice over here, guys. It's really nice. It's a good time to be a gamer on PC. Assuming you already have one and don't need to buy it. If you don't have it already, it sucks. But if you have one already, it's really nice. It's really nice. Christopher, thank you for the 5. My prediction for 2026 is that GTA 6 sells 15 to 20 million copies in the first 3 days. Do you think Rockstar will achieve this monumental feat? I think it will sell ridiculously well. I don't know how. I mean, that's a lot. 15 to 20 million copies in the first 3 days is a lot. I think you could see like 10. I think you could see that within the first like 2 weeks. You could see a lot. But I think undoubtedly, I think in the first year it could be as high as like, you know, 40, 50 million. I think the first year is going to be outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Because if you put it in perspective, like it has lots of mainstream appeal. The last game that had that level of mainstream appeal was probably Hogwarts Legacy in 2023, which, of course, being Harry Potter, appeals to casual gamers a lot. And that game sold like, I think it was 32, 33 million by the end of the year. So my expectation is that this could easily within a year do like 40 to 50 and it'd be no big deal. And then they'll continue doing that like regularly because it's huge. And that's not even counting the revenue from like the online game. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, they plan to make Xbox publishing more open and Steam-like, lifting the NDA on some of its publishing rules last year. I'm told we should see some new Xbox hardware this year. I suspect we'll finally see the Xbox Elite Controller Series 3 break cover in 2026 and perhaps even other controller revisions. I think they were exploring also doing haptic feedback in the actual triggers, like the adaptive triggers on the PlayStation controllers. They might add that. There's always the chance we'll see more Xbox branded OEM hardware taking advantage of the Xbox full screen experience on Windows, similar to the Xbox Ally. I've been working through some credible rumors that we see an OEM Xbox PC in 2026, but time will tell whether or not that pans out, especially with how expensive stuff is now. On paper, everything is looking up for Xbox as an entity, but challenges remain. Xbox Series X and S hardware sales are in free fall decline, although existing users are sticky and remain heavily engaged. Despite PlayStation's vastly bigger install base, some games such as Helldivers 2 and Arc Raiders over-index on Xbox systems, delivering disproportionate engagement for publishers. There's still a ton of money to be made on the Xbox ecosystem, which is why we haven't seen publishers pull out of the platform despite the decreased amount of new users coming in. What they're referring to is that, like, if you look at the proportion of actual like market share, if you think of like, you know, the split between PlayStation, PC and Xbox, if it's like, this is, I don't know, this is just for visual purposes, this is PlayStation, okay, this is Xbox, okay, and then we have Steam. And this is for like specific games, okay, like Arc Raiders. What they're saying is, even though this is the split, the like actual amount of copies being sold on specific platforms actually ends up splitting. Like for Arc Raiders, it's actually much closer to, like, the vast majority is PC players, and then the split between PlayStation and Xbox is actually kind of close. I think for Arc Raiders, it was like 24% versus 21% on Xbox. So a ton of Xbox users are buying in. Like, as a percentage of the total console sales, they're very, very active. Whereas a lot of the PlayStation players, it's so widespread that it doesn't convert the same way. It could just be broader interest. It could also be that people buy two PlayStations and they have a Pro and a regular one. And so even though they've sold more units of console hardware, the number of people out there is not directly correlated to the volume. It's not really clear. But yeah, Xbox gamers that still have the hardware are certainly engaged and are very active, disproportionately so compared to other platforms. Where Xbox is seeing success is on Xbox PC. I'm told Microsoft may begin reporting its Xbox PC stats as part of Microsoft's quarterlies, reflecting its growth. The addition of benefits in games like Fortnite, League of Legends, and Valorant has helped Xbox PC win itself an alternative audience to that of Steam, although organic support still seems to be challenging for titles shipping outside of Xbox Game Pass. True. I think that it seems to be doing well. I know a lot of people that are interested in certain games that are launching on Xbox Game Pass, and they will play through the PC app instead of going and buying it through Steam just to try it out. And if they really like it, they might still buy it on Steam, but a lot of people are going through Game Pass whenever they see something interesting. Let's see. let's see. Yeah, micro slop trending. The DRAM price glut is something Microsoft and other companies will not be able to escape. Yeah, nobody can. Practically anything powered by computers like to see price increases this year. Yeah, that's all true. There's been a ton of negativity and angst about Microsoft direction and corporate level commitment to gaming, and for good reason, but I am hopeful that Xbox can fully turn the corner this year and begin to show that it and its ecosystem are truly here to stay. Yeah, whenever you have a platform and a company and people are questioning whether it's even going to still exist in a year, something's gone wrong. You know, something has gone terribly, terribly wrong. And I think that that's pretty clear when you look at Xbox's overall brand identity right now, is that there's a lot of uncertainty. I think a lot of people look at them very skeptically and suspiciously. They have very little confidence in the leadership right now, at least. And they got to shake it up. They got to do something else. And I think a lot of that comes down to marketing and communication. Microsoft in general is known for being really bad at communication. They just don't really do it. Like, you know who's really good at it and managing brand identity historically? Apple. Apple's phenomenal at it. They've even created like a cult of Apple where it's like a social status thing if you have it. Dude, for anybody thinking that they didn't do a good job of this, like, you remember the stupid Apple iPhone like sling thing that they sold? This just launched. It's a freaking sock for your phone. And I understand these things are popular in like Asia. You know how much these things are? Do you know how expensive these things are? The short strap is $150. The long strap is $230. They sold out. They sold out of these things because they've managed the brand reputation so much that it's like a social status thing. If you see somebody walking in Soho with this, you're like, ooh, they're balling. Ooh, they're balling. They've managed to do it. They're the polar opposite of Microsoft, okay? Like the polar opposite. To a bad degree, I would argue, because this is insane, but they're the polar opposite. With Microsoft stuff, like now you hear somebody like is an Xbox gamer, the immediate assumption is that they're like, they don't probably have a lot of money. They're a budget conscious gamer, as if that's a bad thing. You know, immediately people conclude things that companies don't tend to like to have you conclude. Like they want you to conclude that, oh, they spend a ton of money on that because that's good for the business, right? It's easier to steal your phone with that. I don't know if it's across your body. I think it's probably harder. Like that, yeah, it probably is easier, but that, yeah, that's gonna be tougher to get. But I think that Microsoft needs to get much better at communicating. They need to overhaul the marketing strategies, and I'm sure they've already been doing it. But whenever you have a business and people are wondering if it will exist in a year, you've screwed up. You know?
At Jimbo_404 donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Consume, breed, work, consume.
I agree. Those are my favorite things. Consuming, breeding, holla, and working. It's pretty much all you need. You're missing generate. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and shut up. Stop talking and complaining. There you go. So I think that they got to overhaul the communication. I think that's going to be a big, needs to be a big push for them in 2026. Beyond that, they have a lot of good and solid games. They need to let that be the focus. And I think the other piece is that they need to make these games feel like more of a moment. One of my critiques of them for 2025 is that they have a lot of stuff, and they had a lot of really good big games, but you know how they just kind of came and went? Like Doom. There was a new Doom in 2025, and I feel like after a week and a half, nobody was talking about it. You know? It didn't feel like a big moment where people wanted to discuss it and bring it up and they're referring back to it. It just kind of came and went. You know? Just came and went. And I think if they can find a way to make these things bigger moments, it'll work really well for them, and generate some organic discourse. I think the other thing is, you know, and that will, to be clear, that will come with just the games in general. And the other piece that I will say is that I think they need to reevaluate their approach to earned media. This, I'm going to lift the curtain a little bit, okay? Because I've told this story before, but I think it's indicative of it. from my perspective as like a content creator, as somebody involved in like games media and discourse, it seems clear to me that Xbox's general approach is that they want to get fans and then have those fans be advocates. They've done this with something called the Xbox Ambassador Program, for example. Thank you for the super chat, John. I'll respond to that in just a second. I just don't want to lose my train of thought. They had the Xbox Ambassador Program, and what they will do is that they will go out, they'll find fans of Xbox, they'll find people on TikTok, on you know, smaller YouTube channels or streams, and they will have them come to their events, and they'll have them promote their games like that. Something I heard from a friend of mine who went to an Xbox event. I did not attend this event, and I'm not saying I'm surprised, but I did not attend this event. He asked one of the Xbox people, he's like, where's Luke? Is Luke here? Because, you know, we're buddies. And the Xbox guy is like, oh, no, we didn't send Luke an invite. And he was like, why not? He's like, well, you know, Luke just, you know, we really want to, you know, we need him to like support the brand more and stuff. And it was like an offhand comment. I think they were getting drinks at the time. And so it's very casual. But I thought when he told me about that after the fact, I was like, that doesn't seem like what seems to be the suggestion is I need to be more of a fanboy and then you'll open the door for access. And I don't think that's a healthy way to do it. Okay. Like, I don't think that's a healthy way to do it. Cause I'm not going to do that. Okay. I'm not going to like shut up and like, I could critique their firing of 20,000 people, or I could just not say anything and maybe get invited to a mixer where I can have a $15 margarita for free. Like, screw that. Screw that. Okay. I'm not going to do that. And I think, to be clear, this might have just been an offhand comment from one guy that was not indicative of the broader corporate strategy, but it's something I've noticed where they do not tend to be that forgiving when people criticize them, and the people they give access to tend to be friendlies. They tend to be people that they consider to be friendly. And I think the danger with that is that then nobody takes that discourse seriously. And I've noticed this when we do reactions and stuff where Xbox studios or you know, executives go on to friendly-ish platforms and do interviews. We kind of like, we notice all the time there's like no real hard questions. It's all just kind of puff piece stuff. And as a result, the community gets nothing from it. The executives don't get any actual feedback or criticism. They don't get any pushback at all because they're just like going into friendly waters. And so I don't think it's healthy for the brand because they don't get real feedback or an actual feeling of what the broader community actually thinks. And the people outside of that bubble of like fanboys, they don't give a crap because they're not watching the fanboys, you know? And it's why I've said like 1,000 times, if somebody who's known for being really critical, or if there's an outlet that's really cutthroat and hard to please, if they come out and have good things to say about some company or game that they've previously been critical of, that goes way farther than if you have like a fanboy saying, this is the next greatest thing I've ever seen. I'm not going to say what I was about to say. I'm not going to say that. So define fanboy in this context. I mean, people who, as that rep allegedly said, support the brand. It's the guys that they view as supportive of the platform. And I think that is just a fundamentally skewed way of viewing it that doesn't help them at all. Transparently, I wouldn't go to the event even if I were invited because we can co-stream it and have more fun. But I'm telling them as a point of like advice, general advice. I think opening the doors, you know who's actually, to their credit, is really good at this. Shockingly enough, Ubisoft. Like Ubisoft, I've criticized the shit out of their games. I said that their CEO looks like a lovable elf who probably has a dark secret. I've said that their CEO should probably be fired. And I said the entire family that runs Ubisoft should be gutted from the company and replaced with competent managers. I said AC Valhalla was a travesty of open world design. I have not been that kind. You know? I've not been that kind. And yet they will still communicate regularly. And their approach is, well, we'll get you next time. We'll get you next time. You know, you didn't like this. It's okay. We'll get you next time. And that is not something I can say for a lot of other companies. Like truly. You cannot say that about a lot of other companies. And it's, you know, they deserve credit. Ubisoft deserves credit. At least the US team that handles this, they deserve credit for that, because they understand that the criticism is not like personal. It's just like, okay, sometimes a little personal, but like when I said Jim Ryan looked like an alien wearing a human mask. I will say, like, we have fun with it, but I think the key is to respond to the criticism and not be like petty about it. You say Skill Up got blacklisted. Oh, I didn't know that. I know that there's plenty of companies that have a history of blacklisting people when they don't like what they say or they view them as too critical or too difficult. But even if they do that and then they still open the door, that's really, really, I think that goes a longer way. Because if you see that, like, imagine they release the Starfield 2.0 update and I try it and I'm like, bro, it's actually pretty good. It's like the game's actually pretty damn good now. If I say that, that's going to sell way more copies for them than if John Starfield decides to come out and be like, it's still amazing. It's just even more amazinger. Like, it's not, that's going to go way farther, right? And I think that that's just a dynamic that has not really been entertained. It's just like, no, we need the fans and the fanboys. So let's get the people who support the brand, bring them in, and that'll be good enough. And it's almost like they just assume that people can't tell what they're doing, you know? But anyway, they gotta, the point is with all of this, they just need to overhaul how they communicate with the gaming community. And if that's done by changing how their marketing stuff works, how their press relations stuff works, then so be it. But I think that they got to find a new way of handling it, because it doesn't seem to work out too well. Skill Up did with Bethesda, yeah, not Ubi. Okay. I mean, I will say after the Starfield stuff, they got real quiet for a while. And recently, I mean, to be clear, it seems like the people over at Xbox that I've worked with are all fantastic and brilliant people, like very capable. This seems to be an upper management issue. Like, this is an upper echelon thing. So it's not the individuals. It's coming from on high, you know. It's coming from on high. What's the likelihood you get a Bethesda interview? No. No, they I don't think they'd be interested in that. I'd be down. I'd be very polite. But I would have questions. And I mean, to be clear, it'd be like communicated up front that, like, we're not gonna beat around the bush. We're gonna be like, I got some tough questions and I'd like the answers to them. That's not gonna be a puff piece, you know. Okay. What? South Park is coming to Fortnite.
I'm gonna find you, child. You can't hide from me. I found Cartman. Where are you, Stan? I'm in a car, dude. I just ran over Kenny. Kenny's down. Kenny is down. Hold tight, Kenny. I'm coming. Cartman's going after Kenny. Run him over. Hey, fellas. Fellas, I still didn't get an invite. Cartman's over here! He's over here! Fellas? Oh, God! Kenny's gonna dereg! He's left, Tasso! Ah! This is so awesome!
Poor
Fellas?
Butters.
Oh my god, that was so epic! I can't believe how much we low-key pwned you guys.
Your team lost! How was that pwnage?
Yeah, I said we low-key pwned you guys. That's the low-key part. We didn't win. We're low-key unbeatable. At 10, and then I was all low-key totally taking Kyle down, and then Kenny low-key took Stan out, and our team beat theirs like low-key 50 times in a row.
What the hell?
Fools! You dare to mock Professor Chaos? You guys never let me play Fortnite with you!
Well, that's just because you low-key suck at Fortnite, Butters. Actually,
Low-key.
you just suck at Fortnite. It's not even low-key.
Silence! You have ignored me for the last time. Now you shall do my bidding.
Oh no.
The stick of truth. Butters, where did you get that?
Well, I went to Stark's Pond and I swam around looking for it all morning. We threw it in the pond because it's too powerful, Butters.
You don't know what that thing is capable of.
Oh, yes, I do. With this stick, any wish can become reality. And so now, you guys will play Fortnite with me.
I was like, how are they gonna make them playable characters? They're so small. They're gonna put them in suits. Okay.
Down to south, I'm gonna have myself a time. Going down south, going down south, don't forget to bring a towel.
I did not have this on my bingo list. Low key, this is pretty good. Fortnite Born in Chaos, January 9th. Bro. I just realized they have Cartman Land. They have Cartman Land. Oh. Well, I guess I'm re-downloading Fortnite. That's crazy. There you go. That was not on my bingo card. South Park Fortnite crossover, but okay. Well, there you go. There you go. Who knew? Who knew? I love surprises. I love surprises, you know? A Luke Fortnite vid coming. Oh, God. Guys, this is the craziest Fortnite game I've ever seen in my life. The best thing I've ever seen. Dude, that's going to be fire. Okay, well, there you go. What's funny, it's like a very much a kid's game, and yet it is it's got South Park on it. I just find that so surprising. Anyway, okay. Let's do this. Let's touch on this real quick. Here. Pull this up. Hold on. Okay. Quick little thing. New segment. Okay. Did you guys hear about the brand new discovered Easter egg discovered in Red Dead Redemption 2 7 years after the fact, and now going on 6 years after the fact? We're still figuring it out. Well, it all had to do with little bitty spider webs. So this video, and it's summarized by Synth Potato in a thread outlining what they found. But basically, Strange Man seems to have discovered a brand new aspect to this. And it all started with these little spider webs on these poles, and they would have feathers trapped within them. And if you followed them around the map, you could find the little poles, and the wires led to different locations. And players started to track them, and they found this one symbol on this pole. And no wonder people didn't find this for 7 years. You know, like there's no shocker there. But they found this, and they're looking through, and they started tracking this. They superimposed it on the map, and they started following where the arms pointed, and they tracked it to find all sorts of different things. Now, as you can see, Synth tweeted this out. The final step has been found. The massive Red Dead 2 Easter egg has been found. That was found 7 years after launch. Is getting closer to its final solution. A strange spider symbol was found on a telegraph pole that, when overlaid on the map, leads to a series of poles that each have a spider web attached to them that only appears at a specific time, which led the community to finding out that the center of the spider leads to a tree with a massive spider web with the letter N and a telegraph pole written on it. Following that led us to a telegraph pole that, when shot, reveals a secret message pointing us to a few telegraph poles down west, which revealed another message pointing to a guitar in the northwest. And you can see that they started to track all of these things out, and it seemed to clearly outlined to be accidental or coincidental. Okay. Leading into Fort Wallace, in one of the guard towers, which has a guitar, the community discovered on one of the roof tiles there's a symbol of two birds pointing northeast. Now we have arrived to today's discovery, heading northeast towards where a few birds can be found, which can be followed to one another much older Easter egg. Standing right in that spot and looking at the mountain with binoculars leads to a new message. A massive question mark is visible now on the mountain, and this is what was discovered by Strange Man as he followed all these things out. Okay. He goes to this location. The carving directly points us to giant's birds nearby. Okay. There's the birds on the roof tiles. Okay. Okay, what's over there? What's over there, I wonder? In the previous video, I left a subtle hint with a question mark above the bird. Okay. So he's gonna ride there. As far as I know, no one in the comments seemed to notice. Okay. What is it? He goes to the location spotted by going to the bird location. At the location of the giant's birds, I've noticed something strange. Okay. Take your binoculars and look at the mountain. By God, there's a question mark. A large question mark is visible on the mountains in the distance. The problem is, this is out of bounds. So you can't get there. So nobody knows what this means now. Because it's like, okay, there's a question mark on the mountain, but you can't go there. So what are you supposed to do? But I mean, again, you can see that they tracked it out. And at literally the end of every single one of these branches, there's one of these poles with the frickin' spider webs on them. And like, it's trackable all the way down here. So this is intentional. This is not just like, you know, some of these things where people are just connecting things that aren't actually there and they're reading between the lines. Like, no, it's actually there. This is real. It's just, we have no idea what it leads to. And the other piece of this too is that there's a lot of things in game development that are added and then cut and changed over time. And there were a series of things that ended up as cut content in Red Dead 2 and many other games. But basically, there's a series of things in the game today that were cut content that don't connect to anything. So it's just like a start of something that doesn't go anywhere. Or maybe it was going to be an Easter egg, but it didn't go anywhere because they cut it and somebody forgot about it and left it in the game accidentally. So it's just there. But one of the ways that you can tell that is because there were different versions of the map throughout development, and they would tweak and change it as time went on. And of course, this is the final version that shipped with the game, but some of those things that were worked on were left in the game based on the earlier maps that were used in like the beta phase of game development. And you can still see remnants and shadows of some of that stuff that was left in the game. This, though, maps out with the final version of the game. This is not like reliant on the beta version of the map or anything. This is the final version where everything is clearly outlined and placed very, very intentionally. And it's taken us 7 years to find it, which is wild. And we still don't know what the point is. Like he shows here, he goes to this point and like finds the question mark that's been there, presumably. But we just don't know what the point of it is. It's just a question mark on the side of a mountain. Does it lead us farther, or do we trigger something here? So they don't know if there's some way to trigger something from this vantage point. Do you have to aim like a gun at that spot and shoot where the dot of the question mark is? Do you have to wait till midnight and then something triggers while you're holding a certain object? Like that's how a lot of these Easter eggs work, is that it's just like stumbling onto something. But now you have thousands of people that are just screwing around with this one location. Oh, hello, Lucia. So absolutely wild, but they do have that update. They're getting closer. We just don't know what the final tidbit is, but we're gonna see. It leads to nothing as of right now. It leads to the question mark on the side of the mountain. We don't know what else it is. But if they had stopped looking, I mean, again, like he showed, he went to here, and previously this is where it ended. You know, it went to this, but then somebody climbed on top of the frickin' guard's tower, looked down and noticed this. I would never ever have noticed this, but there's two little birds carved into the roof tiles, and when you split the difference and look straight out from between them, it leads you to that spot, to Giant's Birds nearby. And that's where this final location is, right here. And that's what leads to the question mark. Like, I know if you think like a typical person, okay, this seems insane, because it is. Like the attention to detail, and then like you also have to be like a little crazy to connect these dots and be like, I'm gonna search high and low. Like they went to this guard's they went here, and like specifically what interested them was that it referenced the guitar, and there's a guitar in the tower. They searched all around, they climbed the ladder, and they look around. I would have been like, well, maybe it's just the guitar. Maybe that's all it is. But somebody got up here and spotted that. What? They spotted that and then connected those dots. Maybe they're trying to, what would this be telling me? If I were putting this here as a clue for gamers, what would this be telling me? I would have thought maybe something directly beneath it, maybe down on the ground or something. Maybe there's something carved into the dirt over here, this like triangle outline in the dirt. Maybe that's something that's pointing me somewhere. Maybe it is, I don't know. But no, they saw that and were like, oh my God. Two birds are carved into the roof tiles. It's crazy. But this is how these Easter eggs are solved, dude. It's just like a little madness and a little crazy. But it's taken all these years for people to find it. And you know what I really appreciate? There is a designer out there. There is somebody working out there today, probably a few people that know what this is, that worked on Red Dead 2 and know the answer. And they just are keeping it silent. And I appreciate that, because they could reveal it. They could spoil the fun. And after like 5 years, maybe they're like, hey, look over here. There's an Easter egg. You know, there's probably something. But they don't. They kept it a secret. And I respect it. The devs are laughing. Oh, I'm sure. They're like, oh, they finally found it, dude. They're probably tweeting their friend or texting their friend that did this with them. And like, dude, they found it. You remember that thing we made when we were drunk at work one day? They're like, oh yeah, dude, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, they finally found it. Oh, crazy. Like, I'm sure it's just absolutely wild. So yeah, that seems to be happening. We'll see if there's a final update, if something's revealed. But yeah, who would have thought 2026 we would be solving another Easter egg from Red Dead 2 that's been like been dominating the interest in the community for the last little bit. But it's just absolutely crazy that this is where they are. So there you go. Fun little update for you. Broke my brain, so now your brain gets to be broken too. Okay, let me read this real quick. Sorry for the delay on it. Let me catch up on super chats real quick before we go into our next little tidbit. Okay. John the Tank, thank you for the 10. Very generous. When the Apple Watch came out, my college professor said, here's $1 million idea. Make an app that when you tap the screen says, I own an Apple Watch, and sell it for like $5. Profit. Do you remember? Wait, wasn't there like $1,000 app? I think there was. Oh, it was the I Am Rich app. Yeah, I Am Rich is a discontinued 2008 mobile app for iPhones, which had minimal function and was priced at $1,000, roughly $1,500 today. The app was pulled from the App Store less than 24 hours after its launch, receiving negative reviews from critics. Only 8 copies were sold. Still, 8 copies were sold. It was literally just an app developed by German software developer Armin Heinrich after he saw an iPhone user complaining about software priced above $1. The app only showed glowing red gem and an icon that when pressed displayed the following mantra in large text: I'm rich, I deserve it, I am good, healthy, and successful. He sold 8 copies of the app, dude. He sold 8 copies of the app. It's insane. Yeah, it released August 5th of 2008. I saw this app with a few friends and jokingly clicked buy, thinking it was a joke to see what would happen. This is no joke. Do not buy this app, or Apple, please remove this from the App Store. This is not a joke. I need someone from Apple to help me with this scam. It's not a scam. It's priced at $1,000 and you bought it. You're the dummy. I saw this app with a few friends and we jokingly clicked buy, thinking it was a joke. I called my Visa card and they verified I was charged $1,000. I'm sorry. If you clicked buy on a $1,000 app, I feel like you deserved it. Maybe that's mean of me. I feel like that's just a tax on being dumb, you know? That's fantastic. Oh, that's funny. Oh yeah, that's a throwback. Brian, thank you for the membership, my friend. Meta, thank you for the 5. Your impression of TikTok game influencers always sound constipated to me. Thanks for all you do, Luke. Take my money. Thank you, my friend. I will gladly take your money, and I appreciate you being here. As for the TikTok impression, I was doing it based off of a guy I saw that, like, what are those TikTok twins? These guys.
Mercedes. Ford.
Like, this is what I was impersonating, was these guys.
Yep. I was wondering why the frying pan got bigger the closer it gets. And then it hit me.
The joke here is he was wondering why the frying pan got bigger. Then it literally hit him.
That's who I was impersonating, was those guys. Okay, so that's what I have in my head when I'm doing this is the greatest game I've ever seen. Like, that's what I'm thinking of. I didn't realize. So I have some friends who are TikTokers and are very good. They're brilliant creatives. I mean, they're very good at what they do. And apparently they took it personally. They saw a clip of me making fun of the TikTok voice and thought I was making fun of them. And I was like, no, I'm making fun of, like, the most extreme version.
We're gonna play.
So anyway, yeah, I apparently made somebody feel sad because they thought I was making fun of them, and I was like, no, I was making fun of these like outrageous TikTokers. But yeah, anyway, I felt a little bad that they felt attacked, but I was like, I wasn't making fun of you, like, yeah. Anyway, there you go. Let's see. Okay. Oh, dude, I wanted to talk about one of the games we're going to show at New Game Plus tomorrow, but I'm going to resist because I really want to show it, but I don't want to spoil anything for you. So I'm going to, like, I can't be trusted. Okay. Let's talk about this real quick before we get Jor on here. Okay. Let's do this. Let's tackle this. Thank you for the comments and stuff. Let's see, Shaggy. Hi Luke, Happy New Year. Somewhere towards the end of your last stream, you mentioned how a company changed the market with their innovation. It reminded me of how Valve changed the calculations used for VGUs when developing Half-Life 2, and then they went to hardware companies and shared the new formula. If you're interested, you will find this around 1640 in Half-Life 2 Anniversary. The fragment is only a couple of minutes long. Oh, that's very interesting. Let me copy and paste this up here. Because that sounds interesting enough to do like a dedicated segment on. So I will, I have it copied up here, and I will check that out. And if I can find a way to turn it into like a full segment, I'll do that. That sounds super interesting. Thank you. I'm a doc. Thank you for the sub, my friend. Appreciate you. I see the full name. I see. I just typed Jor into a work email. My brain is fried. Dude, I feel you. One time I wrote a paper in college and I was listening to Family Guy on a second monitor while writing it. And at one point I just randomly wrote an entire line that like Stewie said and typed it in. And thankfully I caught it, but I caught it in the like final read through after I printed it onto paper. And it was just like, I don't remember what the paper was on, but it was like something probably pretty serious, like a history paper or something. And I was reading through them just randomly, it's got the one line from Stewie, just like, in what the deuce? And I was like, I don't think it was what the deuce. It was something in the story that was like, he's talking to Brian and it's like, "Aw, you're not total trash," or something like that. So it just didn't, it like stuck in my head enough that I just typed it in. It didn't make any damn sense. But thankfully I caught it. Could have been bad. Yeah, we'll get Jor in here very soon. Don't worry. Don't you worry about that. We'll get Jor in here. We'll talk about stuff because it's been a minute. Okay, but first I'm gonna look at this. So news event. So NVIDIA is at CES. Right now, CES is going on, and if you don't know CES, it's like the big consumer electronics show, I guess, is what it is. It's really cool. Cyber News is here showing off stuff.
Guys, we are back at CES 2026, and we're about to head inside to see all the best stuff that we can find.
Robot dogs. Bobcat has a new robot. Kojima Productions is there for some reason. They have all sorts of just totally insane stuff that they're showing off. There was one that was totally crazy. CES Samsung 3D display. Is it this one? They had, this thing. I don't understand how it works, but as you like move around it, it like is actually 3D. It's like actually outrageous.
You can see it's got a really cool effect. It looks like you're peering into it, right? I can definitely see these coming to advertisements, coming to event spaces. They're just super futuristic. They look cool. They come in all different sizes. Now, I've seen holographic ads before, but they're usually about this big. I've never seen one quite this large. It's pretty remarkable.
Move the camera. Okay, or don't. Okay, that was the whole point, is like move around so we can see the 3D effect. This is it. this doesn't do a good job of showing it either. Damn it. This is why we need to go, because I can actually show it. But what it does is it like tracks your position and then changes what's displayed so it looks 3D. It's really cool. Anyway, there's a bunch of stuff being shown off, and CES is always kind of crazy. But one of the things that's been shown off is, of course, NVIDIA's new DLSS 4.5 update. And as people have started to do some light testing on it with like early versions of it, they've actually found that in some games that use certain built-in upscalers, that DLSS 4.5 actually can produce higher quality images with more detail than rendering natively, which is ridiculous. But basically, like, WCCF Tech has posted this article: DLSS 4.5 in quality mode delivers better image quality than native resolution in Red Dead 2. Now, the very big disclaimer with this is that Red Dead 2 uses a built-in anti-aliasing solution that is called TAA. I think it's temporal anti-aliasing, and it works really well for consoles, and it tends to create really high quality, images with really good anti-aliasing, but it tends to also blur things out a lot. So when we refer to it providing better image quality, they're mainly talking about sharpness and things that are being provided with that improved anti-aliasing solution. So you'll see this displayed here, where they're going to go and they're going to compare side by side the native rendering and then compare it to DLSS 4 and 4.5. The new 4.5 version has a new transformer model that is specifically trained out on like 4K images. But basically what's being done here is apparently there is a brand new like overhaul that's been trained on trying to hit really high refresh rates on 4K specifically, and it tends to do a pretty solid job of it. So you can see here they're doing all of the testing and comparing it out. Let's see. Give me that sweet. This is DLSS 4.5 on performance on ultra settings. So this is even on performance, and it's just absolutely outrageous that it's rendering at like 50%, or I think ultra performance is 50%, and like 60% of the original native resolution. But this is what I think the actual future is for NVIDIA. This is their end goal, is to basically take all of this, and they're going to build out DLSS into something that doesn't just upscale, but their goal is for it to actually provide like image enhancement. So if you want to do like, if you don't have the VRAM to run a game, because VRAM's expensive and they need that for AI data centers, what they'll do is they're just going to try to get you to pass it through one of their DLSS filters, basically, that's going to add detail or resolve detail in mud or wood grain and stuff that wasn't there because your VRAM can't handle the high-res textures. But they'll basically go in and add detail with these upscaling algorithms. I think that that's kind of where they're headed, is to basically use the algorithms to this guy, they're having a little execution. I think that's where they're going. They're going to start to rely on these tools to build out additional detail that wasn't there originally. You can see they're also testing it in Cyberpunk 2077, which has always been a showcase game for DLSS, and it also seems to be greatly improved. The big thing with DLSS 4.5, though, this is very important. Apparently with 40 series and 50 series, the impact on performance is like the actual amount of compute that's needed is like 2 to 5% of your GPU's power is being spent on the DLSS algorithm. On older hardware, like 30 series cards, the expectation is that it's going to be like 20 to 30% of your total compute is being spent on those algorithms, which is a lot. It's a lot. So the 4.5 model probably is not that viable for older cards, but for brand new top of the line cards, it should work quite well. But that's just where we're going. Like I feel like a boomer with a lot of this stuff, because I'm like, I remember back in my day when the crazy stuff we would do is checkerboard our games to 4K, but now it just seems like this is the new strategy. They're going to be able to rely and push like ray tracing and path tracing much more frequently because they have better upscaling algorithms, so they can render at lower resolutions and then algorithmically upscale it. And if they can continue to improve the latency issues, then eventually it shouldn't be that big of an issue. It's just right now latency is a big problem. It's fine in like a third person adventure game, but once you get into like first person shooting, those milliseconds add up, at least for me. And if you start to play like Cyberpunk, at least as of a year or two ago, with DLSS cranked and frame generation and all that, it feels really sluggish. It just doesn't work well. I think on controller it's fine, but if you're playing mouse and keyboard and you're expecting more instantaneous response, it's really obvious when it's using these frame generation tools and upscalers. So hopefully they can continue to improve that, because right now it's not great, but everything else is greatly improved. Like the ghosting has been totally overhauled. Look at this. Jacob Freeman tweeted this: DLSS 4.5 makes big improvements to image stability and reduced ghosting. There are two transformer models, Model M that works great across all modes, and Model L that's optimized for 4K ultra performance. And you can see that this is one of those like telltale signs of upscalers that's been unfortunate, is that there's ghosting. So as you go frame to frame, oh, I forgot you can't do this on X, but as you go frame to frame, you'll see this like ghosting of the blade that's hanging behind it. And it's super obvious, it's super distracting, and it just makes the whole thing feel bad. The new models that they have don't have any of that. It's a big improvement. It's a big deal. That's big. So they're fixing a lot of the biggest complaints and frustrations people have with them. But yeah, if you were hoping that they would like walk back some of the DLSS over reliance, no, it's just becoming more and more widespread and mainstream. So it's here to stay, baby. It's not changing. Yeah, good thing they're bringing back the 3060. Exactly. You're gonna buy the 3060 for $1,000 and be happy about it. Yeah, that's 1,000 might be optimistic. 1,500. let's be real. Let's be honest. It's probably gonna be very expensive and super stupid, and that's just what they're gonna do. That's probably what's gonna happen. Sorry, not sorry. Okay. Also, we can check out this. They also showed this as part of the same showcase. But basically, 007 First Light, they are partnering with NVIDIA for optimization. And here's the deal. I think 007 First Light looks really baller. They just need performance under control, because the first gameplay reveal running on base PS5 was like pretty rough with frame drops and lower resolution, and they were using upscalers to hit targets and stuff. Then they delayed the game, and it seems like they're taking their time and they're actually working on it, which is really good. But with this, they've actually partnered with NVIDIA, and it seems like we're seeing the game run on PC for the first time.
Well, what are we waiting for? 007 First Light is an action.
So this guy also, I don't know if I still have it bookmarked, but he has his own YouTube channel where he posts like his at-home art studies on various things, and it's really interesting. Rasmus Poulsen, he is the franchise art director for all of IO Interactive, and on his personal YouTube channel he does like studies and explains, like the videos I saw was him tackling the different android designs from Star Wars and explaining like the inspirations for it, and how it all starts with like the basic inspiration of bugs and different types of bugs, and then he shows how he would extrapolate upon it and change things based on different things they wanted to achieve. It's really, really interesting, honestly. Like really, really interesting guy. We actually met him when we went to Copenhagen, and like very, very passionate about what he's doing, and really, really cool.
Story-driven adventure spy thriller where you play as a young James Bond as he ventures on his first journey and his first steps into the larger world of spycraft. Bond hasn't been in games for around 13 years or so. Because we're doing a younger Bond, it's a wonderful opportunity for us to...
Sounds so dope. What's the channel name? His name is Rasmus Poulsen. I don't remember if his channel is also his name. Hold on. Let's see. Rasmus Poulsen. No. don't see it. He must have it named something else, because I don't see. Maybe he has
Rather than
his channel
feeling I
linked
was
here.
doing 3D wrong, I was like, no, I'm doing 3D right. I think Blender is difficult, but because I think sort of kooky, I can do weird things. I can't put order.
This is it. Technovo. This is the channel. This is it. So like, look at this. He's got all these little like design explorations on these things. So Star Wars TIE Fighter concept design overview.
Considering the iconic simplicity of the original TIE Fighter design, it has always been difficult to design something new, well, without overcomplicating things. But how about we try and do that regardless? In this video, I'll be discussing which parts and inspirations from the original Star Wars ships that influenced this design. We'll be talking about what role this ship would play in the universe and what are the real world.
It's really cool. It's really fascinating because you realize how much thought and consideration goes into all of these little bitty aspects of everything. And yeah, it's just genuinely really, really cool. So I recommend you check it out. Technovo, it's really, really cool. Tell him I sent you. But yeah, he's very passionate, very, very passionate.
Action-packed, story-driven adventure spy thriller where you play as a young James Bond as he ventures on his first journey and his first steps into the larger world of spycraft. Bond hasn't been in games for around 13 years or so. Because we're doing a younger Bond, it's a wonderful opportunity for us to really explore how the relationships he has in his younger years, how they affect him as a character.
We want to make sure that the player is engaged all the way while telling a super, super interesting story. Since it's the origin story, really trying to hammer his license to kill and how he can actually...
I will say, I don't know for sure if this is running on PC. I think the fact that it's NVIDIA, this was shown off as part of NVIDIA's DLSS like demonstrations, it's very, very likely that it's running on PC. But I will say, even with YouTube compression doing what it does best, which is ruining everything, it still looks much sharper than we saw in September.
He become the superhero that we all know and love.
I've been there.
We are again.
You want to see what one of the things they gave me? You want to see one of the things they gave me? You see the ducky? You see? I think I showed this to you guys. Little James Bond ducky. How cute is that? How cute is that? So he just sits here. He guards the office. Name's Quack. James Quack.
We're a game-first company. We have a world system team to build tools so we can make better immersive worlds. Glacier Engine is truly a creative platform. Because of the visual graph that we have, the node-based editor, that gives the full freedom to our designers to have the overview. So they.
I saw you guys say the soothing ASMR voice. Dude, everyone in Denmark talks like this. Like, everyone talks like this. I mentioned it when I got back. I was like, I don't know what it is. They all are like, we're super excited and very passionate about the things that we're going to show you today. And we think you're going to be pissing yourselves with excitement. We know we are. It's just funny. It's like, I don't know if it's a cultural thing, but dude, everyone in Denmark is like so chill and just mellow and calm. It's like, it's very honestly relaxing. Like, it's just very chill, very, very chill.
Can decide where to use what.
They all
so
talk
you
like
can
this.
actually change an asset. Could be a texture, could be a geometry, and then you will be able to see it in the game instantly without any packing, loading, building times.
The primary...
That also is quite uncommon, apparently, is that like often if you need to change something in an environment, especially like if you're using baked lighting, for example, you replace, can we swap the floor out from wood to like a carpet? Oh God, like everything has to be redone. All the lighting has to be rebaked. Everything changes. Can we go from maybe early morning lighting to like maybe early evening? Oh boy, like everything screws up. And so the Glacier engine apparently allows you to not bother with that.
Tech that we are developing together with NVIDIA is all the DLSS features, especially of DLSS 4. Everything from multi-frame generation to super resolution is incredibly useful and something that we have integrated very, very closely into the game.
So a couple of things that stand out to me for one, okay? Obviously, the standard NVIDIA branded massive frame rate boost when you turn on DLSS. It also is frustrating that they don't clarify what version it's running on, like what level, whether it's quality or performance or whatever.
The primary tech that we are developing together with NVIDIA is all
the other thing is, in the bottom left, they have performance not representative of the final build, which I think is something that they probably like regret not putting on the original demonstration and reveal, because I think a lot of people saw it and were like, looks good, it's just I'm worried about performance. And so they're saying, hey, now they're saying very clearly it's only going to get better, give us time, because again, just to remind you how a lot of these things work, that gameplay that was shown, my understanding is it was shown at Gamescom as well. So if we have our timeline, well, we'll do this. Okay, so this is 2026, this is 25. Okay, the game was revealed, or the gameplay reveal that we saw was like September. Okay, that demo was shown in August, and the way most of these things work, at least my understanding, is that a lot of demos are packed together and like locked in anywhere from like a month to 2 months in advance. So if it was August, I would put it July to June even for the summer reveal, which is also when it was first shown off. So around the time that they were doing all of that, I'd say June or May is possibly when that demo was put together. So if that's the case, what was shown off here was like a May-June version of the game. And then after the delay, now the game is coming out in May of 2026, meaning the version of the game that we're going to get at launch is close to, at least in theory, based on my understanding of how these things tend to work, close to a year improved. They've said the game is basically done. You can play it beginning to end. They're just optimizing at this point. So like they're spending months and months working on it. Months and months.
The DLSS features, especially of DLSS 4, everything from multi-frame generation to super resolution is incredibly useful and something that we have integrated very.
And I will say it does, he's doing a pirouette. I will say that the detail does seem to be there, even despite YouTube's compression, specifically with grass. This grass stuff is always really tough to render with upscalers. It's usually the dead giveaway, but they're even preserving the individual strands because and that makes me think it's not running on like ultra performance or anything. They're still using a lot of post-processing effects, don't get me wrong. You can see that they have a lot of like vignetting, they have chromatic aberration, they have all sorts of stuff turned on, which down here you can see the chromatic aberration with the outline of the car. That's the little red outline is a telltale sign of chromatic aberration. And so it's a good post-processing effect that's used in a lot of like games and like TV shows and movies that are aiming for like that sort of distorted modern cinematography vibe. But it's I like, this is not something where you zoom in over here and like, oh my God, it's blurry. It's like, it's motion blur and it's also vignetted and it's like, that's probably unfair. It would be like this camera, this camera, and being like, oh my God, Luke's camera is so crappy. Look how out of focus Ellie is. It's like, look how blurry she is. The camera's not sharp at all. It's like, guys, that's kind of how cameras work. Anyway, continuing. Let's see. The other thing again, just like I mentioned, the frame rate being crazy high. It's just NVIDIA at this point. Who knows whether this is actually representative of how the game will actually run. But I'd really prefer it if games would optimize without upscalers, and then the upscalers are just a bonus.
All the DLSS features, especially of DLSS 4, everything from multi-frame generation to super resolution is incredibly useful and something that we have integrated very, very closely into the game. We've made a new volumetric smoke system that really tries to push the limits of how we can represent smoke and fog and explosions in the game. And this is something that's not been done anywhere before.
Having software and hardware working together and getting the best out of it while using these techniques really helps us to push the limits, to give us a freedom that our designers can really go beyond limiting.
I'm going to say it. Cancel me. I don't care. I'm going to say it. And this might upset some of you. This might be triggering. Might get me canceled. I don't know. I don't care. I'm going to say it anyways. Everyone in Denmark has great skin, and it pisses me off. It pisses me off. I think it's because they're so chill. They never like raise their eyebrows or like wrinkle their faces. So they all just have this like perfect. It's crazy. They probably also eat healthy. I will say, I've never seen so many people running early in the morning. Because like when I got there, I was hella jet lagged. Like hella jet lag. It was crazy. Like I felt fine, but I slept for like 2 hours at the hotel, and then I was like up and ready to go. And my brain was like, it's morning. Get going. So I was up at like, 5-ish a.m. Copenhagen time after only sleeping for like 2 hours in the last 48 hours after all the travel. And so I just walked around the city and explored it. So I was out at like 5:30, 5:45 in the morning in Copenhagen, walking along the docks and the piers and stuff. And so many people were out for morning runs and stuff. Even like mothers pushing strollers with babies in them for an early morning run. And I was like, bro, this is not a thing where I'm from, like at all. Not at all. We get in our car, my neighbor gets in his freaking diesel pickup truck that's so loud it sounds like a train is going by, and he goes to the Taco Bell and gets a Crunchwrap Supreme. We don't do none of that stuff here in America, but we don't look like these people. All these people look like they're sweater models.
To give us a freedom that our designers can really go beyond limitations of the hardware.
We also want to make sure that we can improve on the action elements of the game. So shooting and cover mechanics and all that sort of stuff has also taken a huge leap forward to make sure that...
Okay, this, I know what they're doing. They're specifically showing the parts that ran badly on PS5.
Mechanics and all that sort of stuff has also taken a huge leap forward to make...
Yeah, because this section did not look anywhere near this sharp in the last version, at least as far as I remember.
Make sure that it's an actual action game. We've developed a completely new animation system for James Bond, and we've also developed a new AI system that tries to take a Hitman approach, but in a new quality direction, and making sure that the...
Oh, baby. Thank you, Caleb. Is it not reading it? Why is it not reading it? That's weird. Thank you, Caleb, for the 20. You're goddamn right he does. God gave me feet to work the gas pedal the American way. You're damn right. Eagle sounds. Caw! Yeah, you're damn right. Gotta drive to Taco Bell with my freedom. I will say we have air conditioning. They didn't really have a lot of air conditioning there. They all were okay with it being like 80 degrees Fahrenheit in like the building. And I was like, oh, I was losing it, man. I was like, can we please blast the AC? I felt so American.
Interactions that players get with NPCs are actually believable and as top-notch as we can do.
As a game developers, we entertain people, but entertainment is not just fun, it's also creating those memories. So we are very proud building games that people remember.
I would hope that we find a new...
I will say, I'm going to say the name of the game. I need you to say and represent if you know what I'm referring to. Freedom Fighters. Do you remember? Do you see? Do you remember? Do you remember? This was an old school IOI game And dude, I remember this very clearly. Like, it's a 2003 game for the PS2. It's $150 on GOG right now. That's great. Yeah, this is like deep cut. This is old school.
Imagine being a kid.
What the hell did I click on? Jesus. I just wanted to see gameplay.
2003, so as long as it works, I'm happy. Soldiers can follow, stay put, or attack targets.
Come with me. Let's go. Wipe them out. Take them out. Bring it on. Get back here. Abort.
Dude, these sound effects are ingrained in my brain. So anyway, yeah, speaking of games that you'll remember, I do remember that. Also, what are the odds, if anyone at IOI sees this, are you selling one of these Omegas? I don't recognize this particular strap. I don't recognize that particular strap. Oh, somebody on the subreddit has already looked it up. Let's see. Same watch, different straps. Man, I don't think they have that exact one. I'm just gonna say, if anybody at IOI can reach out, if this watch is like available for sale with that strap, I think that'd be a baller collector's item. You know, baller. Like the custom 007 Omega. I love Omega, and I think that'd be really cool. Anyway, sorry.
Fresh audience for Bond, and that they get to connect to this character, and I would hope for them that they get to fall in love with him a little bit like we have during this development.
We are very proud at being the team that can actually bring 007 back into gaming. And this is something that we want to nourish and see what we can do to encourage players to actually just enjoy this experience that we're crafting for them.
And AirPods. Okay, there you go. I think on PC it's gonna look really good and run probably pretty well. I hope they continue to make optimizations on console, because it was pretty rough, but they know that, and it seems like that is like the primary focus for them right now is optimizing, and they're working their butts off to do that. And I think the delay is a good sign that they are listening to that feedback and working on it. So holla, can't wait to find out more. And again, if you want to see their franchise art director tackle and discuss a lot of the crazy stuff that he's doing, it's genuinely fascinating, because he does this with all this stuff. He wanted to make like a bigger Millennium Falcon. Oh my god, I'm sorry. He wanted to make like a bigger Millennium Falcon, and so like concept design overview, and like went through the process of his thought process for how this would work. How would the ship connect to different transport modules and stuff? Like, it's all just so fascinating, like how many things are thought of. What is this? The 4-seat cockpit contains the main controls. A navigator's console exists just behind. A modular pod located just below the main cockpit can serve several purposes. In this configuration, it holds an escape pod, but it can also house a gunnery station for a higher degree of defensive capability, airlocks for personal transfer onto larger vessels or space stations. Like, all of these things are considered, and it's just fascinating. It's really, really fascinating. So again, highly recommend you go check out his channel. It's really cool. Something I did not expect to find so compelling, but it's just fascinating. Yeah, it's fascinating. Anyway, okay, there you go. Let me check and see if Mr. Jor is ready. Okay, cancel me, I don't care, but my brother in Christ, Nuxie1 donated a super chat. Hold on. Scrolling. Oh, it was after the Dead by Daylight one. Nuxie, thank you for the 2. Do you think AC Black Flag Remake will include Freedom Cry? Personally, I don't think so. It would be cool if they did, but personally, I don't think so. I think the fact that they're stripping out the like modern day stuff, that suggests to me that they're trying to get it to just like just the pirate stuff. So and because of that, I think that they're trying to put together like a very lean package of exactly what it appears to be. So I would not expect it. It would be cool if it were, but I would not expect it personally. And who knows, maybe like it ends up being really awesome and like they greenlight a remake or remaster of that. But I think that's a lesser known game, so they're going to probably focus on Black Flag. Redhead Jack, thank you for the 18 months. Yo, Luke, anyway, you can send me a Discord invite. It got everything linked, but it never got an invite. Praise Todd. Blessed be his name. Yes, and may his details shine upon you 16 times over. I will say, yes, I can send you an invite. Email me at our business contact address and just send a screenshot of your like member page or whatever, and then I can send you a link to Brute Force you in, okay? Okay. Get you in there. Blacksmith, thank you for the 5. Do you think we'll get a Persona 4 revival trailer or Persona 6, considering we got a Persona 4 trailer last year? I just saw a story. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, Persona Director. Persona Director says that it's coming to a turning point. Persona and Metaphor Director says Atlas RPGs must attract a wider audience. Basically, oh my God. Basically what he said, I think it's been misinterpreted by a number of people that are like, I think taking the least possible charitable interpretation. But he said that they must evolve and be more accessible, more so than just latching onto a specific genre of game. We're going back to how we evolve our JRPGs and what it looks like. For us, it's coming to a turning point where we want to really take it to the next level in terms of how JRPGs are. With these changing times, we do feel the need to update our format and create games that could be more widely playable, not just within the JRPG realm, but something that would be easier, more accessible for a wider audience. We're hoping to update our format with that in mind. I understand what he's saying, and I understand why people hear this and freak out. But I don't think it's fair to therefore conclude that everything's going to be terrible. As for Persona 6, I think that this is part of the reason that we don't have Persona 6 yet or revealed yet. I think they're taking their time and they're going to try to really rework some of the core things that they've done. It could just be technologically speaking, so it could be more seamless instead of being broken up a lot. Like if you think back to Persona 5, how everything was broken up into like before school, during school, after school, early evening, and like everything's broken up into basic schedules and it's just little bitty bite-sized chunks. Maybe they're going to go for something more seamless, and maybe instead of it being broken up into little bitty zones, everything's going to be much more open world and seamlessly connected. It could be things like that. And that was also true of Metaphor. So it might be a combination of reworking the format, but also technologically reformatting stuff. Time will tell. But yeah, I understand why people started freaking out about this, but I'm not sure if it makes sense to like totally throw the baby out with the bathwater, which is what some people are doing. Okay, I read that one. But yeah, I would love to see if we got a Persona update this year. That would be baller. JWAF, also thank you for the resub over on Twitch. Thank you. Let's call Mr. Jor real quick. Okay. Okay. Calling.
Yes.
Jor. He's here. Say hello to the stream.
Hello, everyone. Happy New Year.
He's here. For real life.
Yeah, there I am. Whoa. Am I...
Woo.
Wait.
Okay.
Yes.
There he is. Hold on.
Here, I got my bathtub hair because, of course, we had to. It's cold outside. It's snowy over here. I'm not sure how.
Oh, really? No.
Yeah, we have snow in January.
It's been extremely dry here and like kind of lame. So we've not had anything super fun like that. Our Christmas was dry and
was delayed. Basically, nothing works.
Nothing works. Everything's terrible. Well, how are you, my friend? How's everything treating you? How have you been?
I've been very well. I've had a great Christmas. Only one day, but spending it with my family. Do you know the game Hitster? By any chance? It's like a music game. You hear a song and then you have to guess what song it is, and then afterwards you have to place it in a sort of timeline. And yeah, we did it with the family. So the uncles and aunts. Yeah, it was like a nice balance. Maybe it's more like a European game. I'm not sure if it's.
No, I've not heard of it. That could be fun though.
I'm gonna turn up my volume a bit because I do see people say that I'm not loud enough. Hopefully that's better now. It's a European game, so Young Pro.
Oh, okay.
He's very quiet.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of that, but that sounds fun. You listen to the song until it pops off, and then you can.
Yeah,
guess
then you guess in what year it's released, and then you basically have all these cards in front of you, and then it's like, okay, this 9080, or is it before 9080 or after? And then you kind of make a timeline, and if another team is like, no, I don't. It's a whole thing, but it was fun. Basically, played some games. Borderlands 4, I've been catching up on that, which has been interesting. I think it's a pretty good game, but you already played it before. It's I have a lot of thoughts on it, but it's just like a nice chill game.
Yeah,
listening to podcasts.
It's a good kind of mindless game, and then it also is at the same time like. Whenever it's like, how would you describe it? I'm like, it's Borderlands. Like, you know, it's Borderlands. It's exactly what you expect it to be, and not much more. Now, Jor, we've swung too far the other way, and it's gone too much.
I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me check the stream real quick as well.
It just started peaking, and so it like kind of jump scared me a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But yeah, let me here. I might have one thing. No, you're at 100% to me. I don't have you overboosted. Okay.
This hurts my ears. Yeah, Australian, so turn the volume down and it will go up.
Exactly. Everything's flipped, guys. Everything's flipped.
Yeah.
It's it makes it really hard to do the show. Everything's upside down. Well, that all sounds very, very good. Over here in not snowy Colorado, things have been good. We've just been kind of chilling, revving up, as it were. Yeah, it's been good. Our new initiative, you guys might have noticed it. Our new initiative is we're pushing much harder into like short form stuff. So
smart.
Some of you actually spotted and mentioned it earlier in the stream. I have a new like setup entirely for short form stuff, and she's a big girl. It was a camera I previously had for traveling and for secondary framing of stuff, but now it is pretty much dedicated just to short form and TikTok, and we've been building that out. We're hiring another editor to just handle and be the czar of short form content, original short form content, not clips, but actually like original stuff that we're building out just for that. We've got, we posted that we're hiring, and I got hundreds of applications.
That's crazy.
So I want to tell everybody, if you applied, I appreciate you.
So you're hiring someone to go through all the applications right now.
So that's the first person we're hiring. Yeah, if you applied, appreciate you. We are sifting through them. My approach with this is that I don't want personal bias for the first couple of rounds to apply to anything. So members of my team are handling the first few waves. So if you don't hear anything, nothing's personal. We're saving your application for the next round when we hire somebody else. So don't lose hope or anything. But we received hundreds. And dude, I'm just going to mention this. Because it was like horrible, but also funny. Okay. Some of the applications, a lot of them are very, very good. Some of the applications, it was like, what were you thinking? One of them was a dude that was like trying really hard. You could tell he's watched those like YouTube videos of like how to get the job you want, make them sell it to you. And so he replied to our email or emailed us and was like, hi, my name is so-and-so. Could you convince me why I should be applying for this job and why I should even want it? It's like, okay.
I mean,
delete.
I respect it. I respect it. Like, very hard to get.
Yeah, he's like, I'm playing hard to get. I'm just gonna do that. Another guy, he had pretty broken English, so I don't know how much of this was intentional for him when he was communicating it. He sent like a pretty basic demo reel of like what were pretty obviously like CapCut edited TikToks he had done with just like basic templates, which whatever. But in pretty broken English, he basically said, I want job, give me job. If I don't get job, I probably kill myself. It was like, can you imagine that?
You could save a life there. Maybe you should.
I was like,
bite the bullet.
Does that work for you? Like, imagine somebody asked me, how did you get your job? Well, I threatened to kill myself.
Oh my god,
it's ridiculous. So we've had a number of those.
Okay, but like 80% is nothing basically, probably.
A lot of them are very, very good. We've had a number of people reach out who I'm like, wow, like that's actually, you might be overqualified for what we're doing, but it's really encouraging to see how many people are passionate about it. And we're working
it's the guy
through.
from IGN that like uploads everything at like 24 FPS.
Yeah. Are you able to upload at 500p 50 FPS for some reason?
That's all I know.
Yeah. We're gonna need you to go to this preview event and capture gameplay footage for us. Here's your equipment. It is a potato.
Yeah. No, but good for you, man. Building the Luke empire or Steven's empire.
Yeah, little by little, we're getting there. And I think the big thing is, of course, thank you to the audience for watching and making all of it possible. And our big thing is just where we see possibilities to grow and expand. We're jumping on it. And I don't know about you, Jor, but like I get kind of creatively, I stagnate once we have something kind of figured out. Like the main channel, got that kind of figured out. The live channel, we've got it kind of figured out at this point. Same with all of our clips and stuff. And so I'm like, what's something new I can sink my teeth into? And the short form stuff has been that where we're just trying to figure it out.
Completely different game, and you're mostly reaching like that. That's the interesting thing about short form, that maybe people that are, I mean, maybe if you like watch short form yourself, you don't realize it, but everything is very separated. Even though you watch or like put the same short form video on Instagram or Shorts or TikTok, nobody will say, hey, I already watched this on the other platform. Everyone has their preferred platform. TikTok usually skews younger, then Instagram is a bit older, and YouTube kind of falls in the middle.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting to also be on TikTok to be able to reach a younger audience who will then grow up and maybe become a Luke fan because you now invested in the short form and then maybe joins the live stream. That's of course
exactly
would be awesome. But yeah, I think it's good to be there. Obviously, I've been doing a lot of short form too, but I think basically we are in a very fortunate position that we have an audience that wants to watch us like ramble or for like long form videos, because what you see is that people that come up in short form, they have kind of a hard time getting those viewers to watch their longer form content, and that is where the bread and butter in content creation mostly is. In terms of ad revenue,
it's the difference between like sort of elective content and directed content. Like on short form, like YouTube Shorts, TikToks, Instagram Reels, the algorithm decides what you watch. And so if it decides you're going to watch this video, you're going to watch it maybe for a half a second, but you're going to see it. On YouTube, it's a different animal. Like you have to click on that video, intentionally choosing, I'm going to watch this. And it sounds like it's a not major distinction, but it's like a big deal, because getting somebody to want to watch what you're doing is more difficult than you would think, especially when you're used to just kind of playing the algorithm and getting it to serve your stuff. But I will say, I do agree with you saying that they're totally isolated. Dude, I saw a buddy of mine who does a lot of TikTok stuff. He's doing like big sponsorships with like a crypto casino, like a gambling casino where you gamble boob coin and stuff. And I was like, bro, if I were to do a sponsorship with a crypto casino, you guys would cancel me so fast. Like I would get
That's crazy.
flamed for doing that sponsorship. But on TikTok, it's just like, whatever. And it's very, very different, you know? It's very, very different.
Yeah.
But it can sometimes
That's
get people
weird.
in trouble because they'll do that kind of thing and then they try to come over to YouTube and do the same types of stuff. And it's like, you can't do
No.
that. Like,
No.
you don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And I also figured out today that there are like some of my Instagram reels were automatically posted to Facebook, and I have like all these people are watching and commenting on Facebook. I'm like, I've not touched my Facebook in like 10 years, but it's
Dude,
still,
same.
I think mostly in the US, a pretty big thing. So that is another platform that we as creators should not forget about, even though in my heart, I want to move on.
Yeah,
But
I'll tell you,
it's
dude, the
pulling me
Facebook
back in.
thing, I'm so not connected to it, but my wife, she scrolls Facebook videos regularly.
Really?
And like, at one point there was a movie. I don't even remember what movie it was. It was like, I don't know. It was some comedy. I think it was like Burt Wonderstone, that magician movie with Steve Carell from like a decade ago. And I was like, I want to watch this movie. And she's like, oh yeah, I've seen it. And I was like, Nikki does not watch movies. She does not sit down at the TV and watch a movie. And I was like, when did you watch that movie? And she's like, oh, well, I watched it on Facebook in like 180 parts.
Oh my God.
I was like, as somebody that likes movie theaters and sitting in the big screen, I was like, that hurts my heart to think of you watching a movie, scrolling vertical with it cropped super tight. And that's how you watched the movie. I was like, babe, don't tell me. Don't tell me that.
Babe.
Like, come on.
Give me your phone.
Yeah,
Give
I'm
me your
deleting
tablet.
Facebook right now. But a lot of people watch content like that on Facebook. That's how they watch, you know? It's crazy.
Dude, yeah, what I heard like last year as well from someone is like, I look at the movies and before going to the cinema, and then basically look at the time, and if it's more than an hour and a half, I'm not going, because I just can't watch that long without being on my phone. That's crazy to me as well. I even had people in the air when I was like on the plane to the Game Awards. I saw people. You have like no service on an airplane. Also, in this case, the service did not work. People were still watching a movie, grabbing their phone, opening it. Nothing happened because they have no service or anything. And then, it's like it's so connected. Like people are just so addicted to that. And of course, like I'm not saying that I'm like I want to be better, but some people are too far gone. If you when watching a movie on the plane, still grab your phone, even though no one can message you. You can like, and some people like they still open Instagram, and some stories have loaded, so they can like look at them and then. Oh shit.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God.
No, I agree. It's Jor's just addicted to the bathtub. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good addiction to have.
That's a good one.
You can still scroll there.
You do both. I'm very thankful that I'm not addicted to some of those apps though, because like I see the people that are the Instagram thing especially. Like there's been studies done on mental health and wellness, and like the worst app for your mental health is Instagram apparently, and it's because like all you're seeing is people showing off the best parts of their life and like trying to flex on each other, and shocker, it makes you depressed and feel inadequate. And so it's just bad for you.
It's these interviews with like Mark Zuckerberg, and it's like no, of course my children don't use Instagram. I'm not crazy. Like,
yeah, he's like, I would never let them on Instagram. Yeah.
But that's like, to circle back to you hiring a short form editor, you're basically a dealer, but you are.
Yeah, I don't touch the stuff. Yeah. You don't get high on your own supply.
You just supply people with more stuff.
Yeah, it's like Gus Fring, never trust a druggie, never trust a drug addict. It's like, oh, I'll sell it, but I don't do it.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, we're growing the empire. We'll see what happens. Lots of very talented people out there, and who knows, we might have another member of the team soon. We will see.
Yeah.
As for I was just gonna say, as for 2026 though, more generally for the industry writ large, we have a lot of stuff happening. Just earlier today, Jez Corden posted an article discussing the future of Team Green, what they're doing this year. There's a lot of expectations for what PlayStation is doing. Of course, Nintendo has a couple of big heavy hitters. There's broader industry-wide things that are raising serious questions about like hardware prices. It's rumored that the 5090 could go up to as much as $5,000 a unit.
I'm
which
so
is
happy
insane.
I built my PC like 3 months ago. Already saved me a lot of money.
Literally, yeah. No, I talked about it on stream the other day. I had to rebuild one of my PCs back, I think it was August, and I looked up the prices, and like what was like $3,900, $4,000 back in August for all the things I needed for all of our upgrades and everything, nowadays is worth like just under 10K. It's like ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Doubled in price in months. It's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think definitely Gary posted a tweet. I'm not sure if you saw it, where he basically made the same PC that he made in July 2023. I can like quickly share the link here in the Discord. And he basically like selected the same parts and looked at it, and in July it was $3,500 to build this PC, and now for the same parts, 2.5 years later, it's $5,884. That's almost like double for the same machine.
Dude. And if
we're screwed.
So the storage too. Storage up to 520, 326, 880. Yeah, the the Samsung internal SATA SSDs, not even like the NVMe ones, but the SATA ones, went from $400 to $880. That's unbelievable. Yeah, the RAM specifically went from $280 in July of 2023 to $915 in January of 2026.
Let's segue into sort of like a news story that we heard, and I want to like throw in my first prediction here, because that's kind of the thing that we want to do this episode, to give some predictions for 2026. And of course, I think it will, like, GTA will be a very fun discussion, of course, kind of predicting what we think will happen with that. Ubisoft will of course have a big year, and yeah, we can touch on Microsoft and Sony of course as well. But I want to start with, remember that moment at Game Awards 2019, one of the first reveals, the Xbox Series X.
Oh yes, okay.
So a year out, Phil Spencer came on stage and announced the platform, way before people were. That was a really cool thing. I think they're gonna do it again this year. So at the end, so Game Awards 2026, at the like one of the first announcements. I mean, why not? That really helped them. They were like quite in front of the PlayStation, and Xbox Series is in the mud right now. I'm not sure if you saw the news where in the UK the Xbox had the worst sale. Like they sold the least amount of Xboxes in 1 year ever in the UK, which is crazy. And of course, we hear every Microsoft earnings call, Xbox hardware down 30%, and the year before was also down 30%, and the year before also. So did they sell like 1 million Xboxes last year? Something like that, which is crazy. So I think like they want to just do it, even with the price being high. I think they're aiming for a very small audience anyways, like we're very premium. So if that means that their console by the end of 2027 is 300 more than it would be without all these AI hardware, or the hardware issues that are caused by AI, I think they will still bite the bullet, because I don't think they have any reason to wait.
I do think that there's some desire to take back the narrative. It's going to be tough, because like it was just there was an article posted today about how it's expected that Microsoft is going to lay off between 11 and 22,000 people in probably the third week of January. And so when that happens,
those were like the Microsoft layoffs, right?
Yeah.
People from Microsoft already said that's not true.
Okay. Yeah. I think if that's not true, that's great. I personally will believe it when I don't see it, because they tend to. They're like, we have no plans. Then tomorrow, plans changed. you know, so I'll believe it when I don't see it. Hopefully they don't lay off 20,000 people, but maybe they're like, oh, it's not going to happen. We're only going to lay off 7,000. Time will tell, I guess. But I think the narrative is going to be tough to shake, especially because it seems like the prices of consoles is only going to go up. So the RAM shortages, as you know, Destin showed here, I mean, this is affecting everything else that is on the market. So it's probably only going to get more ridiculous in terms of price hikes. And the unfortunate reality is, like, even if they're going to do a PC, because what Jez Corden said in his article today was that his expectation is that they have been working in concept on a PC, like an Xbox branded PC, basically an all-in-one sort of pre-built that you can buy. But even that, with some of these price hikes, I mean, you're talking probably like a $1,500 to $2,000 PC box. Like, is that really worth doing? Is that really like gonna captivate? And if that's like probably targeting a high-end price point, but I think even people that could afford that are probably just gonna sit on the sidelines anyways. Like, I personally don't think it makes sense to launch any hardware this year, because it's all gonna be twice the price of what people have in their head, you know, for what it should be, and it's just going to get them more flack than it's worth. Like, I think sitting out with hardware is probably just a better idea.
Yeah, I mean, announce it this year, right? That's my prediction, and then still launch it like next year, 2027. That has been the rumor for a long time. One of the reasons why for PlayStation, which has been the rumor too, is if you look at the PlayStation lifetime, or the PlayStation 4 lifetime sales, they are at 117 million. That is like the final number we know about the PS4. So that was November 2021. So 1 year after the PlayStation 5 came out. And then we have the lifetime sales for the PlayStation 5. Right now, the last reported number was 84 million. And that was without October, November, December. So you would be probably at 87 million. If the PS4 is right now still outpacing the PS5 in terms of sales, if you put them side to side. But it's not by a lot, but it's still happening. And so I think, like, probably the most amount of PS5s that can be sold to keep the momentum going is similar to the PS4, so 117,000. If that PlayStation 5 is right now, let's say, so we know the 84 number, let's put October, November, they usually sell around like a 3 million or something in a quarter, a bit more, and of course you have the holiday season. So they would be like maybe at around 87 right now. That puts them in 2 years, so 2026 and the 2027, at the same number as the PS4. So if they don't come with a new console or something new around that time, they would go into an 8-year with the PS5. I'm not sure how much more they can like extend that life cycle. Well, if they come with a PlayStation 6, then they will have people migrate. More secondhand PS5s will be out there. Like, I do think they kind of keep the ball rolling. I'm just not sure what is gonna happen if they don't do it or extend it to 2030. I think but people are like, yeah, I'm not ready for the next console. But are we ready for a new phone every year? Or like, I do think at one point these companies have to do something, because they know at least a like 5% of the audience will immediately buy the hardware. So hopefully by the time the AI craze has died down, which we don't know when that will happen. So do you want to wait for that? Like, I think it's just a very interesting situation. And I see a lot of people say, yeah, next gen consoles will be delayed. But I'm looking at it like, there are so many moving parts. They probably have launched games in development already. If they at any point were planning 2027 and you're moving that up, you're giving all those teams an extra year. What happens with Venom? Or if that game was a launch title for the PlayStation 6, like a Miles Morales situation, do you then still launch it on PS5 or delay it, and then Spider-Man 3 is delayed by a year too because you want some space in between? I think it's just they're probably in a very hard spot right now. My point basically is that I think it's way easier said than done. Delay the consoles, but I'm not sure if even with these prices, like COVID happened, we still saw the new consoles come out. I think it's just a very interesting situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously, like you said, there's moving parts with a lot of this stuff. I don't think any manufacturing orders have gone through other than like the pre-planning stuff with AMD and everything. But I think that 2026, I personally would be very surprised if they announce any new hardware, because I think they're going to be doing a lot of price hikes. For 2027, if things are already in the works, then yeah, the ball's probably already rolling. They might slash the forecast, not manufacture as many or whatever. But my expectation has been for a while that 2028 was the target. And I think that's far enough out that the odds of things stabilizing a good amount probably pretty high at that point. So I think that we should be able to chill out that, you know, a little bit and probably expect some new hardware around then. But I think for all of these, like when it comes to hardware for PlayStation, they are going to do whatever they want to do. And I think they are certainly much more constrained, especially because it seems like they have a number of games that have been in production that are targeting next gen, and that like say hypothetically the next gen console is coming day and date with like, I don't know, just throw out some 64 gigs of RAM, and the game is being developed with that expectation. You can't just undo that and make it run on 32, right? Personally, I don't think there's many next gen exclusive games in production, because I think the expectation has been, just like with this last gen, everything's going to be cross generational for the first like 3-4 years at least.
They will still do a few, like for the PlayStation 5 they had Sackboy and Demon Souls, like kind of have your family game, have your hardcore game. A few months later we had Returnal, and a few months after that we had Ratchet and Clank. Well, yeah, all the big games like the Horizons, God of War, and Miles Morales were of course cross gen.
Yeah, but I think that was more, at least as I recall it, which could be mistaken, but as I recall it, it was a very experimental time where they were trying to figure out what made sense and what didn't, before they kind of settled on the full cross-generational strategy that they went with for the next couple of years. But I think like the odds seem to me like the expectation has been for a while that it's going to be a long cross-gen period, and so I'd be very surprised if the things that are slated for 28, 29 are not also being developed for PS5, because not just expensive console factors, but also just the fact that a lot of people are being pretty precise and careful with their spending, and these projects are so expensive to put together generally that you kind of need to capture as much of an audience as you can.
Yeah, 100%. But you need your Bloodborne remake PS6 exclusive. Like you need one game at least.
Yeah.
But,
I think give them an extra year. It's not like it's not like they haven't taken their time, you know.
That's right.
Yeah,
now it'll be fascinating, but let's stick a bit to 2026. So basically, I think Xbox is gonna still continue. They have nothing to lose at this point, unless, like you said, it's getting too outrageous. Like it should not cross the $1,000 mark. Obviously, a console that would be crazy.
What if it's like Jez Corden suggested? What do you think is the cap if they do an all-in-one like pre-built PC that's just the Xbox PC, which is what he said that he thought was in the works at some point?
Yeah, no, I totally believe that that's gonna be it. It's basically what the Steam machine is kind of trying to do, but way more powerful, it seems. So, yeah, no, I totally believe that. I think what we talked about before with the Xbox ROG Ally is kind of like it's kind of a glimpse into the future. Although this hopefully is an Xbox first instead of a PC first. But
what do you think the max price is they can get away with that though? Because I see Lombardo in chat says 1,000.
I think is the max.
You think that's max? Because I think there's no way on earth. It looks like the Steam machine is going to probably be $700.
That would be crazy, because that is not a powerful machine at all.
I agree, but I people way smarter than me are saying they expect it to be 700, and so I'm like, if that's where they're actually landing, there's no way that this like all-in-one Microsoft powerful PC that's supposed to outperform a Series X, there's no way that that's ending up less than 1,000. You know?
Yeah, maybe I'm too hopeful that they will like figure AI tools out that make sure that they don't require that. I mean, that high enough tech. I don't know. I think $999. You can't go higher than that. You can't. But I think an Xbox Series X 2 terabyte is $750 right now or something, right?
I think 800, isn't it? I think it's 8.
It's like more expensive than the PS5 Pro, at least, something like that, or the same price. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think the prices are all crazy. It hasn't stopped Microsoft before, though. I think I have to think, especially with the higher price margin that they're demanding, apparently. I have to think that I have to think that they're going to be like aware that launching a console, even if it's PC console hybrid, launching it at like what I would expect, which is like $1,500, I think that goes badly, and I think that would do more harm than good, and nobody's buying it. Like, I could afford a $1,500 PC all-in-one. I'm not buying it like this year. Like, I just, not for that price, especially because it's probably worth $750, you know, or $800. It's not worth that. So I just think it would be crazy for them to do hardware. As for games, I do think that there's a lot. So one of the things Jez Corden mentioned was that this is a pretty big year of anniversaries for Microsoft. They actually have a good number of anniversaries. For example, this is the 25th anniversary of Xbox as a brand on November 15th. They also have the anniversary for Halo this year as well. And this is also Bethesda Softworks' 40th anniversary and Blizzard's 35th anniversary. So it's a big year for anniversaries for some of their biggest companies and partners and brands. And so I think that it's quite likely that they come out swinging and like celebrate that. They should have a ton of stuff lined up, whether you look at Gears E-Day or of course Fable, Forza, potentially like a Starfield overhaul, maybe a Fallout 3 remaster. There's rumors, of course, of a StarCraft third-person shooter that's coming. Like, they should have a ton of stuff lined up. And it's interesting because I think this year there's going to be a lot more. I think there's a lot more going on than people might realize. Already, it's a very busy year, but like Ubisoft should have a crap ton of stuff to reveal and share. I think
let's stick with Xbox for a bit first.
But that's what I'm saying is like they have a lot, and Microsoft has a ton. PlayStation, I'm not sure, frankly, what's going on. It seems like they have a couple probably. Besides, of course, the biggest
they have
one.
Fair Games.
Fair Game $, and
no, Marathon, of course, in March, Saros in April, and Wolverine likely in that early October.
And Horizon multiplayer, whatever.
Whoop-a-doo!
Whoop-a-doo, indeed. There's a lot.
Can't wait to haunt some machines.
Here's a question though. Do you think that Fable actually launches in 2027? No. That was fast.
Yeah, no, it's not gonna happen. I think 2026 it's full. Like there's no space for games anymore. I think there are a few games that make sense that will launch from Xbox. Forza Horizon seems to be in the first half, so they have, of course, that first. I think they already said that will be in the Developer Direct. So in January they will do their annual Developer Direct, which will likely include Forza. Maybe like they're at the studio already. Hopefully they show Fable then too. It's of course the same studio, but yeah, I think Gears will launch this year, and Halo on PS5. And like the remake of Part 1 will launch this year as well. And then they got Call of Duty as well, so they already got huge titles for every quarter. I think there's no room for Fable, and that game always looked. I mean, they're so scared to show more than 3 seconds after each other. Like it's always those quick shots. We only had like one fight against a griffin or something. It looked fine, I guess.
The big chicken where she's hitting the chicken.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, the game looks stunning still. It's still my... If like I kind of fill in the blanks with my imagination, and then in my head it's going to turn out amazing. But I'm not confident in how they showed it. Like, perfect world for me would be... You got Fable in that Outer Worlds 2 slot, right? So at the end of every Xbox showcase that they of course always do in June, they have one game that they put the spotlight on. Last year it was Outer Worlds 2. The year before it was Call of Duty. The year before that it was Starfield. I think Starfield might have been the first game they did it, or there was another one before that. But basically, like that would be perfect because it feels like we've not seen enough of Fable if it's coming out this year. But I think they will probably do a trailer at the Xbox showcase and be like, yo, March 2027, something like that. And then please shut up now. And we have all these other games.
Yeah.
I can see Clockwork Revolutions, like we've seen more of that game than of Fable.
Yeah, it's actually true. Yeah, we have. And I think that one looks phenomenal. I do think that you raise a good point, though, which is just the pace at which you release stuff is important. Otherwise, you end up stacking stuff up. Like even last year now, they ended up stacking stuff up with like the Oblivion remake and Expedition 33, for example. Oh, real quick, Caleb, thank you for the super chat. It's going to read it out.
They won't, but imagine if they just delayed all these games for the next Xbox launch. If we got a Fable, Gears of War E-Day, Forza, S6, and a Halo remake. That looks bad.
I'll finish reading it. It stopped. Hell, also we have WoW on the Xbox would be nuts. I do think I just think like at this point it seems pretty clear that Microsoft doesn't care that much about their own hardware platform. Like as long as you're buying the game, they're happy. So they could hold stuff off for an exclusive launch, like, but I don't think that they even really care. There's been suggestions that, you know, they're intentionally kind of just spiking their own console sales because they have really low margins on them. And so rather than losing money on consoles, they'd rather you just buy a PS5, and PlayStation worries about all those difficulties of manufacturing and distributing and managing all the crap going on there. And then they just get the cut of the software sale where they get way bigger margins and make way more money. So
Yeah.
it is a wild, crazy thought indeed. I
No,
think.
you don't think Elder Scrolls 6 exclusive on the $1,500 Xbox?
Exactly. Well, if they did that, I'd admire the balls to just be like, yeah, you want the game so bad, go buy this, bitch. Like, I'd respect it, but there's no way. I think, hey, I do think Fable also, I know I'm a big fan of State of Decay. I would love it if that came out, but that's
Dude,
still...
yeah, what's going on with that?
Yeah.
They have too many games, man. And then we did not even touch on the Fallout remaster, like, rumor that they somehow are probably gonna launch at a different time than the TV show, like just in 2026.
because,
I don't think we get season 3 in 2026, right? I'm not hearing anything from the Fallout TV show, by the way. Maybe it's just me, but
No, you're not wrong. I also I remember last time when they did the Fallout show and the season dropped, it did really, really well. And like I remember doing videos on Fallout 76 and Fallout 4 again, and those videos all popped off because people were back into those games. And it seems like this time around there's been hardly any bump at all. Like people who like Fallout are watching it and are enjoying it, but it seems like there's no big spike of interest or anything. Which I find interesting.
Exactly.
Aram also sent a $10 super chat and said Halo and Xbox turned 25 on November 15th, along with the Halo campaign Evolved, likely releasing the same day. Yeah, I think it launches the same day. GTA 6 comes out a few days later. Oh, I think so. It comes out a few days later. Do you think Halo Combat Evolved might release early or get delayed? No, I think that
they will release early.
You think so?
Dude, an anniversary is fun for us, but if you then look at your books and like nobody bought it because everyone is no. They're launching that in September or something and pretend that the anniversary is that time. I don't know. Maybe do like a discount or launch like an Xbox bundle or on the anniversary with when the game is already out.
Okay, you said discount and Xbox in the same sentence. You sound crazy right now. You sound crazy, dude. No, I mean maybe they do delay. It's the same thing where like
with PlayStation, that would be fun.
Here's a question for you. This is also 2026, but it's because we just brought up the GTA 6 release window. Do you think Jeff officially extends or makes an exception for the cutoff for GTA 6 or no?
I looked at it, but he already either like did it this year because he knew it would happen next year. But I looked at it and I think the cutoff was like November 21st this year.
Somebody was saying in chat it was way earlier. It was like November 1st or something.
I actually looked this up. I'm not sure if that like Gemini said November 21st. So Friday, November 21st was the cutoff, and GTA launches November 19th. So and then I think the 10 people from the press who got like who went to this like villa somewhere in America to play the game for a full week, maybe they can vote on it. No, I think it's that was one of my predictions too, but then I looked at it and they seem to be in the clear. But who says the game launched on November 19th? I mean, if you buy the expensive edition, you might be playing on November 17th.
Exactly. You're assuming they're not doing a week of early access.
No, not a week, but like
5 days.
This is like a very smart play, and I'm not sure like they are probably smart enough to do it. But what you usually see with these early access launches is that, for example, I'm not sure which game, but usually you get like a release date announcement and they announce the editions, and then you have like a 3-day early access or something with a more expensive edition. But then you could argue, okay, but the release date is basically the early access edition, right? Because they're all announcing it at the same time. GTA is now like quiet. They put the November 19 date out there, so when they announce an early access, it does feel like an early access. So it is pretty smart. Now, 130 Ultimate Edition, 2-day early access. I have like multiple pretty fun predictions about GTA if you want to get into it. I want to like a few more things about like 2 things about Xbox. So I think the Halo on PS5 is not going to be as big as you would think 15 years ago. I think it's going to be like, okay, yeah, it works. Yeah, it's okay.
That's kind of my expectation too, especially because I think like no multiplayer. So it's going to be like the campaign, people play it for however many hours, and then they move on. I think if it had multiplayer, you could see it going viral and people doing like cross-platform matches and stuff. That could be cool, but because it's just the campaign, I think it's probably going to be like, and that's
it. Kind of feels like the PlayStation going to Steam thing, where the first few games were like a big deal, and then now it's like, oh, Halo is not on PlayStation yet? Oh, I thought it was already on PlayStation. Like, it kind of feels like it happened. Gears also came and went. I think they... Like, I get why they maybe want to start with the first game, but I think you're only going to make a splash once, and now bringing Gears of War E-Day to PlayStation is going to be a less bigger deal because you already have Gears on PlayStation, so maybe it was way smarter of them to do E-Day immediately as the first game. Because I looked at like numbers. I don't think we really have like concrete numbers, but they said for Gears of War Reloaded that it was like 1 million players after a few weeks. Like, okay, 1 million. And on PlayStation 5 as well? That's not a lot. So, yeah. Only Forza did very, very well, obviously.
Okay. On says with a super chat, Alana Pierce said journalists had to send the nominations by November 4th for the Game Awards this year.
Okay. That's interesting. Then, I mean, he's going to make an exception.
I will say it seems unfathomable to me that you have GTA 6 launch in 2026 and then you don't allow it at the Game Awards. Like, that to me just sounds, and anybody who's like, well, you made an exception for them. Yeah, sure did. I don't know how else you do it. Like, because and if you delay it to next year,
talking about it.
Imagine like 2027, everything is competing against GTA 6, which launched a year before. Like, it's just going to be bizarre.
But I thought the dispatch thing was really weird. Like, they were nominated for one category, but they are still in the running for Game of the Year next year. I thought that was so weird. I'm not sure if you saw that.
I think what it is that episode 1 launched on like October 22nd. So the full game wasn't out until after the cutoff. And that's why it's like it can be nominated next year. But the category it was nominated for was like, what was it? Best story or best indie game or something like that. And I think because of that, they like could consider it for 2020.
Best debut, I think it was.
Yeah. Either way, it's confusing because it was like, why is it qualified for that but not that? I don't know.
But yeah, I don't know, man. It's gonna be very interesting, but yeah, it would be a weird year if. But that's why GTA early access November 4th.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're gonna expedite, dude. 2 weeks of early access for $500. $500 copy for 2 weeks early.
Yeah.
That would be funny.
Okay, but yeah, let's move on to more GTA then. I have a fun one as well. I think there will be like a news story where there's like nothing on the disc for GTA. You put the disc in and it's like, okay, the countdown timer, just as if you would like buy the game in the PlayStation Store.
1000%. Yeah. No, I think you're totally right. All the stories, I think it's actually, maybe this is another layer to this prediction, okay? Because I agree they don't want people stealing copies of the physical versions.
No Walmart raid.
No, we know it happened even with AC Shadows, where people were selling copies for AC Shadows a month early that they stole from like warehouses. And if that happened with AC Shadows, imagine what's going to happen for GTA 6. So I think the odds are it might not even be a disc. They may freaking do the thing where it's like the Fallout 76 cardboard inside and it's just a code that redeems it on the online store. Like, I think it's probably a disc that just basically opens the store app and puts in a digital code. But I think you're totally right. I don't think there's any shot that there's more than like 25 megabytes of data on that thing.
Yeah, exactly. I do think they might, like, for a game like that, they could then in 2027 be like, okay, now we put it on the disc because, yeah, I know people want it. It's just a special game, obviously. So, but then of course one disc won't be enough. It will be multiple. But no, I think that makes sense a lot as well. I think GTA Online does not launch this year. I think they are trying, but I think we will get a blog post like maybe in October or something where we're putting the finishing touches on GTA 6. To get it in your hands on November 19th, but we need more time for GTA Online.
Have they officially even, like, I know we all know GTA Online revamp, whatever is coming, but have they officially announced GTA Online 2 or whatever? I don't think they have.
No, same, like, they have not announced the PC version either, but we know it's coming. I mean, they did, like, buy the whole, like, there was one of the RP server people, like, one of the, like, a big company doing the RP stuff, right? They bought that. But I think like this year we will not see it, and then in early 2027 they I think in the perfect world they want to get it out in December. That would of course be perfect with all the like people for Christmas getting PlayStation cards and whatever. But I don't think they can make that, or I mean, we saw it already for GTA 5. So GTA 5 got the online mode 2 weeks after launch. It was of course broken. GTA Online or Red Dead Online similar, but that was already 1 month after launch, so they already delayed it by 2 weeks. I think, and they still got GTA Online running, so I think they will probably like default to doing some sort of crossover content or something in the GTA Online that we have now, and then launch GTA Online 2 or whatever they will call it in 2027.
Yeah.
But I do think Fortnite, they will do a GTA Online mode in December 2026. Lock it in.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think like if you've been paying attention, Fortnite does the craziest things in November and December because they know about the Christmas. Like, I think the best, like the things that get sold the most during Christmas are these PlayStation cards for for all the microtransactions in all these games. I really think, I mean, we saw The Simpsons this year, of course, like a 1 month season. I don't think they typically do that, but they had that in November. And then in December, they had all the Back to the Future and all that sort of stuff. And they are also launching like big modes, like an adventure mode, like Lego, Ninjago, and they're doing, it's really hard to keep track of everything that is in Fortnite right now. And I think they're gonna do a GTA Online, like RP style thing to cut. Like they are scared. I think at Epic, they do know that they finally got something that can, kick them off the number 1 spot for most played game in the year, because they still have it in 2025 like 2024. But even as a 2013-year-old game, GTA 5 is number 3 in the top 5 most played games of the year. With of course GTA 6, it's gonna get to that number 1 spot, but if Fortnite can get like a GTA Online mode out before GTA 6,
that'd be crazy, dude. I mean, I will say, I would have thought, no, it's too mature. But they just today announced a South Park crossover event in 2 days. So like,
nothing is crazy anymore.
Yeah, it's anything's possible.
Kill Bill. No, wait, why? Like nobody knows.
Dude, they literally have freaking oh god, what's it called? The movie with John Travolta and Pulp Fiction. They have like a Pulp Fiction skins and stuff. I was like, what on earth is happening?
Yeah.
Like, this is a children's game.
Yeah, no, but all these companies are trying to make those old franchises like. I mean, we always make the joke, oh, that is that's John Wick from Fortnite, right?
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the joke. I mean,
It's literally happening.
It's Marty McFly from Fortnite.
My buddy Caleb, he was out and about, and there was some, I think it was around the time Halo Infinite launched, and he was out at like a Best Buy, and somebody pointed up at the Master Chief cardboard cutout they had, and look, oh, it's Master Chief from Fortnite. Like literally said the thing. It's like, dude.
It's working, man. It's working.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that you're probably right about a lot of the GTA stuff. As for the Fortnite, I do think that they're revving up to try and target older audiences in one way or another. I think you're right about the online mode not coming out in 2026. I've had the suspicion that it's probably a month after launch. Maybe it's a January thing. They might even take their time and put it out in the summer. I think the big giveaway is going to be when we start to see the production schedule and like the release schedule for GTA Online as it is now. They'll just stop talking about it. And that's probably a pretty good indication, because I'm guessing that they're going to end support for the current version. And I'd be surprised if they keep it running, but it's also like,
I mean, it's still on PC, right? Like,
yeah,
the game will not be out on PC for probably end of 2027, you would think.
Yeah. So, but do you think they ever sunset, or do you think that so long as people are still playing it and buying stuff in it?
Yeah,
like,
no, you have I mean, like EverQuest 1 always kept running, well, EverQuest 2, like you got rooms, old school. I think there will always be, like, you don't want to take those things away from people, because they even though they will never maybe play the old GTA Online, you at least want people to have a feeling that if I go back, I have all my Char cards and everything else. Even
that's
though
a good
nothing
point. Yeah,
over.
I mean, a lot of those people, their accounts are probably pretty
yeah,
girthy.
And they did like new content this year. Like I do think that maybe if you are on console or like don't have a console and you see GTA 6 coming out, everyone talking about it, and I want my GTA fix as well, I'm just gonna play GTA Online for the time being. I mean, we don't know the numbers, but also on Twitch, it's like one of the most streamed games. I don't think you just switch that. Like maybe at one point, if they notice, okay, many people are still stuck on GTA Online, we want them over to the next thing, then they might be let's just give some incentives or whatever, or cut some content or something like that. But I think they will just keep going. They will just not do this year they had like a Michael DLC or whatever, right? I think a story mission with Michael. So I don't think they will do stuff like that anymore, but I think you can keep playing it for sure.
Yeah. Well, it just makes sense. I mean, if it's printing money, then let it keep printing money. And there will be, like some people have said in chat, not everybody will be able to upgrade their hardware for it. Especially nowadays, that's more true than ever.
Yep.
Yeah, they won't be able to. Real quick, I wanted to just show this because this literally just happened 30 minutes ago. Speaking of nothing's off the table and everything is fake and imaginary, Call of Duty just announced another crossover. Fallout, yeah. And so that's a thing now. Event Pass. That's
that's, I mean, last year they did Squid Game, I think, around this time. So yeah, it's the battle pass, the event pass, you got everything.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of surprised it hasn't happened before this, but there you go. It is happening, and this is why it's also kind of funny when people say, oh, I think they're gonna shadow drop Fallout New Vegas remastered or something. Because Todd said they're doing more with Fallout than any other franchise right now. Like, this is the stuff he's talking about, okay? Like, when he says they're really busy with Fallout, this is what he means. Okay, so like, just chill. I think it's cool. Like, of all the crossovers, this one at least kind of works compared to, like, Roger from American Dad or Stewie. But anyway,
I guess. Yeah.
Let's talk about because we talked about GTA.
Another company that has a anniversary Ubisoft.
Ubisoft.
40th anniversary, March 28th.
Ubisoft. Do you think? Nah, they probably don't care that much about the anniversary. But
I mean, they will launch Black Flag Remake on that day, so that's one way to celebrate it, I guess.
yeah, hopefully it's good. Going to Ubisoft, they have a ridiculous number of things that they have lined up. They've got new Assassin's Creed stuff. They could be releasing as many as 4 different Assassin's Creed projects this year.
Next to Shadows DLC.
Next
like
to
co-op
Shadow
mode.
stuff, yeah. Another Attack on Titan crossover. They've got, of course, the AC Jade, which is allegedly still a thing. One of their developers on their Discord server was asked, "Is this still a thing?" And they did say yes. So there you go. So Jade probably launches this year. We should have, of course, the Black Flag remake. The codename project Invictus is rumored and speculated to be coming out this year, and AC Hexe, assuming it hasn't been delayed, should also be coming out this year in the fall
Halloween.
as well. In the spoopy season. Yeah, I think you're right,
Yeah.
in October. So it's going to be like the year of Assassin's Creed, and then they also should have plenty of stuff to show off for a lot of their other IP. Things like showing off what they've been working on with Far Cry potentially. They could be doing that for release like early next year, or maybe they just hold it off and do it later next year. But like, this is the thing. They're going to start to have a ton of stuff coming at a pretty fast pace, allegedly. So, nothing's nothing can be cast aside. Like, they have a lot of stuff on the docket.
Yeah, Ghost Recon, new Rayman remake is rumored.
Prince of
Splinter
Persia.
Cell remake, Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, Lost Crown, Sense of Time. Yeah, they have a lot, and I think like we said, I think this year is interesting because there are only 10 months in the year. You're not going to launch anything in
kinda.
November or December. So what we saw last year with the September and October crazy times, I think it's going to be even worse this year. We had a lot of games at the Game Awards with a 2026, like a 2026 date. So those are likely going to be in the latter half. So that will be September or October, unless like some are then going to August. I think Phantom Blade Zero is really smart. They are like, yeah, we are on September 9th. That's our spot. Because, that will be a big game. I do think some will underestimate it. So just like Black Myth Wukong, it was underestimated by, for example, Star Wars Outlaws, launching very close. That did not do them any favors. But yeah, you got Control Resonant. You got that Star Wars racing game coming out. There are like Blood of the Dawnwalker. I do think that might be a bit earlier. You got like Onimusha still around that time. Wolverine, Microsoft with Halo or Gears. So like it's already filling up really fast. So Ubisoft has to be very tactical with what they want to do. And I think there are some like an Assassin's Creed at the end of October. Like I think what's gonna happen with Assassin's Creed is, okay, we get the Black Flag remake in that final week of March, as Tom Anderson has already been speculating. Ubisoft has also said during their investor call, we have one unannounced game before April, and that is gonna be the Black Flag remake. So curious when they will start talking about that. Then I think 2 months later you get the Hexe reveal. That's like 2 months, feels like a good time. And then they will go into the marketing maybe for that game. Or maybe they learn from Shadows and are like, we're doing shorter marketing campaigns now because it did not do us any favors talking about that game way earlier.
I've said from the start, it is good for my business if they do a longer marketing cycle for Black Flag Remake. I will make more money, okay? Just being real. I can do a trailer reaction. We can analyze the trailer, speculate on gameplay changes. We can do all of that. It's good for my business if they take a while, okay? But what is, as far as I'm concerned, like clearly the best option if I were running the ship, forgive the pun, what I would do is what Oblivion did and just freaking shadow drop it, because you don't give people time to be upset. Like if you give them more time, they'll find things to poke holes in, which we know people love to do with Ubisoft stuff, especially right now. If you shadow drop it, people will just be like, oh my God, that game from 12, 13 years ago just dropped. I'm going to go download it right now and try it tonight when I get off work.
I think it would have helped Star Wars Outlaws a lot too, because that also got a lot of hype from that initial reveal. and then it just went quiet, and then it came back, and they were still hitting the same points. Also, the Shadows pre-launch, it was, look at the seasons for the 5th time, and it's snowing now, and it's like, okay, what about the gameplay? So yeah, I think it would be very interesting, but I think Ubisoft is in a very interesting spot because, like you said, they have a lot coming, but they also spent a lot of time on all these projects. Like the last Ghost Recon was in 2019, and now they seemingly, I think that might be the first big title of them, not counting the Black Flag remake, that will launch this year. And yeah, I mean, because that's a first-person shooter. I don't think you want to be in October. Like, you want to be earlier if you want to launch this year with Call of Duty, of course, around that time already. So, like, what's that going to look like? But I think for Breakpoint, what also happened was that initial reveal was very good, where we're listening to the players, and then we slowly realized, wait, why are all these RPG elements in our game? Why do we have a gear score and all that sort of stuff? So it's gonna be fascinating, but they must be scared too. Like, why they have always marketed games in one way, and now suddenly they're gonna change things that they don't know if it will work. That's a huge gamble, but yeah, I think their biggest challenge this year will be making sure that people that are not already fan of the franchise will care about their games. And I think the last time they had a Valhalla, like it was 2020, Far Cry 6 already kind of lost some of the appeal for people. They're like when they were launching successful games, 2018, 2017 with Far Cry 5, Odyssey, Origins, Ghost Recon Wildlands was even before that. Those were different times. I think the people that bought those games are now playing still ARC Raiders and are not buying as many games anymore. So I think it's going to be very hard for them to still reach those. I remember one investor call, they were like, all these games sold 10 million units and everything was there except for Syndicate, and it was great. And if they are still expecting those numbers for these games, and if a Ghost Recon is in development for 6 years, if they immediately started after Breakpoint, they need to hit big numbers. I'm scared, man, to see if they are able to reach that.
Yeah, I think the expectations are certainly high. It's going to come off a lot on execution, and they shouldn't be. I do think starting with Black Flag is a great idea, because I think people are understandably cautious and skeptical of a lot of their stuff. They've earned their reputation, unfortunately, at this point, and it takes a lot longer to rebuild a reputation than it does to tear it down. And I think the way they handled Shadows' launch, it was solid. They had something that was really polished, and they optimized the crap out of it on a technical level. That was a really good response to the feedback from Star Wars Outlaws. They also did other pro-consumer things like, reworking all of the pre-order bonuses, giving away the first expansion for free, stuff like that if you had the pre-order. So I think they are trying to listen to feedback, and they're trying to meet players where they are, but they've got to stick with it and continue that process, certainly, as the year goes on. And some of these games might have more legs than they do, initial waves of overwhelming interest. Like, I would not be surprised at all if Ghost Recon starts kind of slow, because people remember. People are going to be very cautious. But it's just going to be about execution and how they deliver it. And if they're just methodical, put their heads down and do it, that's going to go a long way. I think the focus has got to be on the execution and much less on the marketing and how they present it. I think the games will speak for themselves if they're well done.
I think Avatar is a great example, even though it has been on a relatively small scale compared to some other big games that launched last year, but they reached the highest player counts on Steam and potentially other platforms as well with that third DLC launch, and all the word of mouth is good, and that is a game that that came out 3 years ago. So these Ubisoft games always have big lags, and maybe that's how they initially or in the end reach their target. But yeah, they did just have to get that good word of mouth again. And like Ghost Recon going first person, maybe they looked at Avatar and are like, okay, maybe we should do third person as well. Like, give people the option. We're not gonna make that same mistake again, because that is what the reason Ghost Recons were known for. And yeah, but I think the Ubisoft Forward this year, that's basically the point here, right? It's gonna be very fascinating. I think they will return to LA probably in June, and fire from many cylinders and not have us sit through a Skull and Bones song and all that other bullshit because
You
they have
don't want the
nothing else.
big drums?
No.
No, I do think they're going to come out swinging. And honestly, like on paper, they have more than enough to have a phenomenal year. It just comes down to execution at the end of the day. But that's the great thing about making good games that people connect with, is that there will no doubt be people who are raging and that half of their personality is hating on Ubisoft for one reason or another. And that works if what you're doing is bad. But if they can deliver high quality games that are polished and are good games, then like that doesn't work anymore and those people will look silly. But it's all about execution. Like, you can't give them ammunition. You can't keep screwing up with like crossover events that are hilariously awful. Like, you've got to start being consistently good across the board. And hopefully they're getting that message, because I just think that there's this disconnect where they think that any content is content. And so, like, you know, you have an AC Shadows crossover with Attack on Titan. Yes, it looks comically horrible, but it's content and it's free. So why would you complain? But they don't realize that that reflects badly on the brand, like on the broader company, that people associate that cheap kind of low effort thing that was a free, quick throw it together kind of thing. It seems they don't realize that reflects negatively on everything they do. So yeah, sometimes if you can't do something well, just don't do it, you know?
Yeah.
just don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very interested to see what the ramifications of that will be, because they clearly did not see that coming, and it's gonna be very interesting. Do you think it's fun to if I like shoot some questions your way for what if you think some things will happen in 2026? And
Oh, sure.
Then we can kind of more quickly go through them so we can still cover a bit more.
Yeah.
Let's quickly touch on Marathon. That's of course going to be a very fascinating story one way or the other, I think, this year. I think the Vidoc they did looked very cool for that game, and I think what we've been discussing with Ubisoft, that is what they are doing now. Heads down, let the game do the talking. We heard your feedback, we're implementing it. They have way bigger like a private test that people are getting paid to play the game for 50 hours and stuff. They're like they know. But so March is gonna be it, $40. But this is of course like the bigger picture, and that's why I'm interested in. I mean, I thought like the subtle visual changes, like adding the mist and the daytime actually looking bright and awesome. I was like, damn, I can see myself actually play this now, but I'm not the audience for it. But I'm way more interested in what this means for Herman, what this means for Bungie. What, like, of course, to like remind everyone, they bought Bungie for $3.6 billion. They thought Destiny 2 would be in a way better state than it is right now, and they knew, okay, they have Marathon, extraction shooters are gonna be big. I don't think they foresaw that that would be this big with Arc Raiders now, and they basically, if Marathon flops, I don't know what's happening with Bungie. It's gonna be that's I think the very fascinating story. Or can they even reach the number they need to like fund that whole project? This is 100. Like if Concord was 400 million, this is easily that too.
Yeah, especially if you factor in the cost of the company. I mean, it's without a doubt the I think the odds of Marathon finding a solid audience, by solid audience I mean maybe like, you know, if we look at SteamDB, it's like 20,000 concurrents, you know, something like that. Solid, but not like
I think it will be way more
crazy.
Right? It has to be way more.
I think it needs to be to fund the current form of Bungie. Like Bungie is in the beautiful offices and like the outskirts of Seattle. It's gorgeous. They have a bunch of employees. It's way smaller than it used to be. Like it got decimated pretty heavily, but I do think that it needs much better numbers in order to justify itself. But I personally don't see it getting to those levels of like Arc Raiders, 400,000 concurrents a month after launch. I do think that they are primed to take advantage of maybe some some frustration with ARC Raiders. A lot of people have been frustrated with rampant cheaters and stuff that have plagued the game over the holiday season. So hopefully, you know, they are able to fix that stuff in ARC Raiders. But I do think that there will be people looking to try something different and something else, and they're certainly hoping that they timed it right in March to get in there. I think it probably is going to be solid. I know a lot of like Apex Legends players that are interested in it because I used to grind out ranked Apex arenas and I had a great time there, and the movement and gameplay and gunplay of Marathon is very reminiscent of Apex. So I'm gonna try it. We'll see what it's like. I just don't know if it's got the viral potential of something like an ARC Raiders, but time will tell.
Yeah, no, it will be very fascinating, even if you don't care about the game, the story around it. And again, if this doesn't go well, and whatever happens with fair games like that, always already has a huge hill to climb, of course, with this, like last year, having the studio head leave, some directors, and we heard that a beta or like a test they did not go over very well, while we already had our suspicions with that game. I mean, at one point you would think that, launching the single-player exclusive games on PlayStation, obviously that will work. Obviously Ghost of Yotei will make its money back. Obviously Wolverine will sell 5 million plus. Obviously Spider-Man 2 is gonna be great. But he was, I think, put in that spot also to build out this live service approach. And I talked to someone working on Helldivers at the Game Awards, and he said Sony had nothing to do with because we actually made our own plan, this worked out. So I thought that was very interesting because, they were so surprised, obviously, by Helldivers. I mean, we know that because they did not promote it at all. And them having their own lane and being able to do their own thing and having their own plan actually made that game successful. So you can, I think people are looking at, the live service, yeah, they had some cancellations, but they got Helldivers. I don't even think that's fair. So then it has been like a huge debacle. And
if you reframe
it's gonna be,
yeah, well, I was just gonna say, if you reframe it as like not just PlayStation live service, but PlayStation live service games that they tried on, they're batting 0 for 0. I mean, they've really,
exactly.
It's
and a lot of corpses.
Yeah, lots of bodies. Yeah, I mean, it's why I know Herman is from Guerrilla. He's one of your boys. He's your boy, but
no, he's not my boy.
It baffles me that he, with Jim Ryan, spent like $5+ billion on acquisitions, on greenlighting these projects, and they've just burned through all of that money, and they have very little to show for it, except for Helldivers 2, which is a success, but it seems like that was a total accident. So
yeah.
I don't know how he still has a job personally, and he even got promoted at one point and then demoted a little bit back down. I don't know how he still has a job.
No, but that's why I think. I mean, you touched on the Horizon Online game. We have Fair Games and we have Marathon, and those. I mean, at one point you have to bite the bullet on them. You have to release them, and right now I'm not confident in any of these games. So, man, it's gonna look different. But I mean, for PlayStation as a whole, they will be fine. They will be counting dollars the moment GTA 6 comes out, because they will sit back at 30% of all the 30 million they sell in a week or whatever, and I mean, the money will roll in, and they will sell PlayStation 5s, even with a price hike potentially this year. It doesn't matter. But they wanted way more. They wanted their own top 10 game by the end of the generation, you would think, right? And they don't have it. And yeah, I think that's going to be very interesting to see as well this year. I hope heads will roll, because at one point, yeah, they can just go on. They can just try again next generation.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
It's gonna be fascinating. Speaking of another live service game that is close, and I want to know your prediction on High Guard. Do you think that finds an audience? That's like 3 weeks away.
Anything since the Game Awards? I don't think they did, right? That's
the
funny story right now.
We looked it up too.
They're still hangover, I think, from the Game Awards.
I don't blame them. We looked it up too. They have half the followers that Concord did at this point. Concord like a month out, had about 11,000 followers on X, and they are still in like 5,500. Like the interest is half, at least on social media on like X. The interest is half of what it was for Concord.
I don't know, man. This does, yeah, it doesn't look good. No, I'm not. If they are not even like they should have, I don't know, diaries on every character by this point. Be like, hey, we are gonna play. You wanna the random guy?
You would think, but to be fair, somebody I saw counter this, and they said, oh, they are just trying to do the polar opposite of Concord. So they're trying to learn from that, and they are going radio silent after the negativity instead of trying to like counter it, because clearly that didn't work for Concord. My opinion,
maybe we're giving it too much praise.
Yeah, my opinion is that maybe they are intentionally like going silent. I mean, clearly at this point, I think you kind of have to be. It has to be a choice. But I think if the goal is to let the game speak for itself, okay, I respect it. But at some point, you're also trying to build out a live service game and generate some interest. And at this point, literally the only people that are going to be playing the game at launch are going to be the people who are just interested in like the dumpster fire.
We're going to say paid streamers.
Or paid streamers. But even at this point, like there still is no clear indication they're going to be doing anything like that. Normally there's a beta or there's playtest or something leading into launch. There's nothing. Like Concord had that.
The moment they announced this game should launch. If you can launch January 26th, but not December like 12th, like you're on a holiday. Unless they all worked throughout the whole like Christmas, they only got like 4 extra weeks of development time. I think you could have like done a better job with this.
Well, it seems like they've been on vacation the last couple of weeks too.
Yeah, no,
so like,
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. So they probably did the trailer, worked for another week, then they went MIA. They just got back into the office. Everything is burning, and they're like, oh, let's finish. Let's do the 2 extra weeks because they have to like upload a version. Like the version we get to play is probably the build from now or something. Like what is happening?
I just assumed, as I think many others did, that the fact that it was releasing at the end of January meant that they were going to do a month of marketing leading up to it, and maybe a play test in early to mid-January to lead into it, or a beta or something, server test or whatever. But they've just been totally silent, and there's nothing to say for it, show for it. I don't know if it is a plan. I'm just a firm believer that there's some concepts that just don't work because they just don't make sense. I think Concord was one of those games where no matter how they marketed that, I don't think there was a magic way to market that game that would have made it successful. I just don't think it made sense. It shouldn't have been greenlit. And in the case of this, I also, maybe when we find out more of what the game is, it'll make sense, but that's part of the point, is that there's no marketing to communicate what the game is. People still don't know if this is a straight up hero shooter based on rounds, what the like game progression is. Is it just like cosmetics? Is there different character upgrades and things? Like nobody has any idea what the game even is because they've just disappeared.
But Jeff played it. It is real.
Yeah, he did say it's really cool. Jeff wouldn't lie.
Oh man, I want to hear the full story. I hope Jason Schreier like kind of brings us to that meeting as a fly on the wall when Jeff was approached by this.
Yeah, well,
he was like, I got this amazing Phantom Blade Zero trailer. That would be a really cool banger ending. What? You worked on at Respawn? Okay. What? A new game? Heroes? Oh, like Apex. Well, you're launching in a month? Oh, I can play it now for 1 round? Okay. Look, and you're paying me $20 million.
Yeah, well,
that's
dude,
probably how it went.
I have this like, there's no logic to it. On paper, logically, the clear indication is that they had the fattest checkbook, and that's why they got the final spot. But I've had this like
they did not like have enough money anymore for a social media manager. It
maybe
like
yeah.
They spent everything.
They forgot to pay the rent. They've been trying to post on social media. They can't get in the building.
Would be so funny though to at Steam like see one person online. It's Jeff Keighley like.
It's like I'm having a great time. Frankly, I'm loving this. Yeah. Well, I've had this sneaking suspicion that like maybe it is the case that there was no like payment And Jeff just honestly thought that would be a banger coming from like former
no,
Respawn.
I think that would be even worse. If he like got the cash, then man, do like more power to you.
I just feel like, I don't know, man. It's just so crazy to me. The whole thing is so crazy, especially because I think that the game's overwhelming negativity, the negativity around it, is almost entirely due to how it was announced and framed at the Game Awards. I think if it was earlier in the show, none of this would be happening. Nobody would be talking about it because nobody would care. But yeah, that whole thing is just fascinating to me. So there's that. Other things. What's some of your other rapid fire ones that you had?
Yeah. So rapid fire, another one. I think Marvel 1943 will be canceled this year. I think that game, it's not happening. They delayed it out of 2025 to early 2026, and then delayed it to beyond.
Whenever you see an indefinite delay, that's not
especially
good
for a game that they showed as an Unreal Engine 5 like demonstration. Amy Hennig seems cursed, just like Jade Raymond, and as much as I love the Uncharted trilogy and I want her to succeed, and I think the idea is cool, but they were always super vague. Like, what is the game even? We see Captain America and Black Panther do some cool moves, but is that a cutscene? And what is the gameplay? And the moment you have those questions for a game, and they have not answered it since, like, it has been like almost 2 years now.
Yeah.
Since that reveal.
Did you see the leaked gameplay?
What was the leaked gameplay? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw leaked gameplay. It was allegedly from like a year and a half, 2 years ago. But what was interesting is that it did seem to be like sort of a button mashing, like beat 'em up style thing. But it was with locked camera angles. So it was gameplay of Black Panther, but the camera angles were like locked around the room. And as you would jump and like punch people and beat them up, the cameras would swap to the locked angles like old school Resident Evil games. And it was just kind of weird. Like I saw, I was like, I don't understand. Maybe it feels really good to play, especially if it has like contextual finishers where like you're taking characters, smashing their heads into the walls and doing that. I don't know. It was just test footage. That's what was said, was that was a gameplay test that they had done. But who knows? Like maybe it's actually a third person beat 'em up and that was just a weird thing. I know that they had built out scripts for dynamically changing camera angles from set cinematic positions, because it was also like as you move through the room, the camera would pan and shift with you to maintain like a cinematic framing. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's just very weird. It was not
a nightmare though to no, this is not coming out. I don't know, man. It's
not what I would think.
I'm already seeing the issues because you have like Black Panther flying around the room, but you have one static camera, and there are like all these prompts in the room, like chairs and other stuff. And it's like he moved outside of it feels like we were going back in time, 20 years. Crazy.
Yeah. So some people were saying it was just like, footage with fixed camera angles as part of a test, but and maybe they were at the time testing the difference between like a dynamic third person camera and then they were testing fixed camera positions. Maybe my understanding of game development is that what we see in that gameplay with the camera positioning and swapping is actually quite difficult to put together, and it's not something you just throw together. I don't know, because it was not a single locked camera angle testing like animations.
No. It's like if someone is like filming him and then moving the camera around a bit.
They have a camera rig system, and it moves like in one of those Quantic Dream games. Like as you're moving, the camera pans with you and moves, and then it swaps cameras once you cross into this zone. So I don't know. It could end up that the game plays way differently, but I just think it's weird to see a game that people question gameplay, like Jor said, and then you have no explanation for gameplay, and then the game's delayed, and then it's delayed indefinitely. It's not
and
great.
with a brand like this, it's what we talked about with the Assassin's Creed Shadows thing. At one point, if you can make it well, like this is gonna launch around Avengers Doomsday, and then you have like this Marvel like thing holding. That's not like they want all the green lights. Like they only want good things, and then you have this game kind of being a dud, and I don't think that will help them.
I think it depends. So, considering that it was originally, what was the original slated window? Like 25, sometime in 2025. That makes it likely to me, and I'm just speaking from like my world. It makes it likely to me that they were doing preview reviews or like testing reviews, which is something that commonly happens where they'll do mock reviews. They'll send it to people either internally or externally to play it and then give it sort of a mock review because they want to know what people will think of the game and get like a rough idea. If they were doing that and the feedback was coming back very negative, that like, hey, you're telling me this is going to be a $70 game that's 3 hours long and the gameplay kind of sucks, I'm not going to review this well if I review it, or if I were a reviewer. Then they take that feedback, and what do you do with that? Like they either just shove it out with it reviewing poorly, or they rework it and try to do it. And it seems like they've delayed it to rework parts of it, but yeah, whenever you see something that was about to release that's then delayed indefinitely for a year, 2 years, whatever, it means that they were trying to overhaul significant portions of it. It's my sneaking suspicion for like the Jade mobile game, AC Jade, that they probably had a lot of pay to win stuff in it, and they decided to rework a lot of the monetization because it was apparently like pretty close to being done, and then it disappeared for 2 years, which suggests to me major overhauls, you know.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see when we see that game again, and that's mostly Tencent doing it, and they now have like a bigger horse in the race because they own 25% of the Assassin's Creed franchise, of course, with the new subsidiary. So maybe that was also something they knew was in the works, and yeah, they were kind of waiting for that. But no, very interesting stuff. So that was kind of like another thing that I wanted to throw in. One final thing: do we see Cory Barlog's game?
I don't think so. I think we see the God of War spin-off 2.5D thing. I'm feeling like maybe that's like an April surprise. That's kind of my gut feeling. But I think Corey's thing he's still working on it, and I personally don't think it's going to be here till maybe next year. But that's the thing with a lot of this stuff. I would assume what he's working on is big, and so I would think it's like one of their big either spring or fall releases, but like it's expected that Intergalactic is probably fall of next year.
Yeah, mid.
So like, where does that put Corey's game? I don't know.
I mean, it's gonna be Santa Monica's next big thing. That's what Jason Schreier said. And of course, they had Ragnarok in 2021, and before that, they had God of War 2018. This seems to be like not a new IP, but still feel different. Obviously, they need a bit more time, but I think this year, Sony will just do the State of Play as usual. They likely do one in September or in February. Then they do one around Summer Game Fest, late May, early June. And then in September around Tokyo Game Show. That has been the cadence. And I think we don't see that game there. Like, it could be Game Awards. I do think this is a Game Awards reveal. It's a big deal because, then you got the big spotlight on it. But personally, I think I'm still PlayStation 6 next year camp, and then you're gonna do a PlayStation showcase, and that's one of the hype things you want to put in there. But I do think we will see in the State of Play this year intergalactic gameplay, and I think it will blow us away. That's my prediction. I think they will just like show a 8-minute Neil Druckmann commentating demo, and we will all be like, oh my god, and then it will end with 2027. I think in the September State of Play is when they are going to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. I had another one. What month do you think the Guerrilla Games multiplayer Monster Hunter clone comes?
I don't think there's room this year.
You think it goes again another year?
I don't know, man. They already have Sarah's Wolverine Marathon.
I'm just like, that would put it at how
like
long?
August then or something, like, right?
Yeah, probably. Unless
Next year
they
you got the Steel Frontiers.
wait, this is Guerrilla we're talking about. It's definitely launching within days of GTA. For sure, dude.
No, it's gonna launch in days within the Monster Hunter Wilds expansion, probably. That will
just
probably be next year. So I don't know, man. Yeah, it's really hard to predict with that game, but I thought we would have seen it already. Count like every state of play, like this is gonna be it.
Yeah,
and we're still not. It's still not shown.
It makes me wonder, like, are there any TV shows or movies that are in the works? Like, are they holding out for that?
There's a Netflix Horizon movie in the works.
Yeah, so maybe
But
they're
that's
just
still
gonna wait for
very
that.
early. I think we will see the God of War TV show before that.
Probably, if it's not canceled, like so many of these things are. I don't know. It's just crazy. It's crazy that it's taken so long. Did you have any other ones on your list?
No, I thought we kind of covered the interesting things. Yeah, no, I think seeing the God of War 2.5D game makes sense. I think we get a Red Dead Redemption 2 PS5, Xbox Series version, and Switch 2.
Okay.
Early, like first half of the year. So I think they will. Like I looked at what they did for Red Dead Redemption that launched end of October. So kind of similar to the GTA 5. They started talking about pre-orders for that game in June, if I remember correctly. So I think they want to get like Red Dead Redemption 2 next gen version out by that point, before that, and then shift all the focus to GTA 6. And yeah, that's gonna of course do pretty well for them.
Mhm.
Probably like a $10 upgrade or something, and finally have the 60 FPS on console. So I think that will be pretty interesting. Yeah.
Oh, here's a question. Do you think Judas launches this year?
No, I think we will get a release date though for it in early 2027.
Okay.
But I think that's another game where they can maybe rush it, get it out, but they already spent so much money on it. Take-Two doesn't need it with GTA.
True.
But
What's crazy is that game, didn't he start that new studio in like 2014 or 15?
yeah, something like that after Infinite.
Yeah, it's been in the works for like 12 years.
Yeah, that will need to sell a lot of copies, or like I think Take-Two wants that technology that he's making, that they can then make like games faster after that or whatever. But
Well, the sneaking suspicion, somebody brought it up in chat. They're like, so he wants to create narrative Lego bricks. He wants to have a system that can dynamically rewrite stories based on player inputs and behaviors. It sounds a lot like he's just wanting to build like an AI tool to like train the game into reworking the narrative around player choices, which is cool. But some people are considering the possibility that they're taking time delaying it to integrate like LLMs or something and actual AI tools into the narrative Lego bricks, which would be very interesting.
oh yeah, let's not.
We'll see how well that goes over. If that's real.
I think another fun one. I think when the Odyssey movie from Christopher Nolan comes out, Assassin's Creed Odyssey will get a bump.
Oh, you think so? If they're smart, they should put it on deep sale. Yeah.
They should do it like a weird update or something like that. Like have some sort of marketing campaign around it. I think that would be like very funny. Or like get the outfit. Like I don't think they own.
Oh, like the armor sets thing. Yeah.
Give that to Cassandra. Something like that. That would be fun.
That'd be good. I could totally see that. Okay, and then let's see, is there anything else?
We could do the Game of the Year nominations.
Oh, okay.
That.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be, of course, GTA 6. What is it? 5 of them. So GTA 6.
6.
Oh, it's 6 now. Okay. So GTA 6, I think you will probably see Crimson Desert.
Yeah, you think?
I think so.
I don't think it will be a critical darling.
Okay. I could see journalists getting pissy about it not playing the way they think it will.
Yeah, exactly. But fans will love it. It will like be very high in the user voted, but not be Game of the Year in terms of press. I think this will be like a 77 Metacritic, but fans will adore it. I think even Black Myth Wukong got nominated, right? But it also felt like
Yeah, I could see what you're saying. Yeah, I could totally see that. So I think Crimson Desert, I'm going to go out on a limb with that, but I totally see what you're saying. Yeah. I think probably Resident Evil 9. I think Phantom Blade 0, I think, is going to go over well, but that could also end up being one of those games that like journalists struggle with because they think it's going to be a Souls-like, and it is not. I think see, Blood of the Dawnwalker, I think it's going to be really good, but I don't know again if it's going to be that critical darling because I expect a little jank. I'm thinking like 80s, high 80s, but maybe not quite above that. Beyond that, I think we probably see if Clockwork Revolution comes out this year, I've got good feelings about that. And then that leaves me one more. Random indie game. I mean, maybe you could see Wolverine nominated. I'm just worried about the writing. I'm getting a feeling it's probably like another one of those 80s. That's also
going to be a 10-hour game. It's going to be a short game.
Yeah. Like
with Spider-Man already being really short, and that's open world, this is going to be narrative, like super linear. So
yeah. I'll say some random indie game that none of us have ever heard of as the final nomination.
Oh, okay. I think Order of the Sinking Star has a shot. That's the new game from the Witness developer. It's like a puzzle game that they also showed. I think that has or maybe it will like in the blueprint spot, so maybe not like get the official.
Oh, this
game
one.
Of the year.
Yeah.
There will always be a Nintendo thing. I see people say something Mario, if they do like a Mario, I mean, they're gonna do a movie, of course. Nintendo does know that it's smart to have something around the movie or a TV show. But
I forgot about another one that could get nominated. That could be Nintendo's. Dusk Bloods. Metroid. Dusk Bloods, possibly, because that's a Hidetaka Miyazaki game. Hidetaka Miyazaki.
They don't miss.
Has he had a game that he's the director on not get nominated for Game of the Year in the last decade?
He did 1 and 2 Dark Souls, right? And
he did 1.
He did Bloodborne.
3 Bloodborne. Sekiro, Dark Souls 3. Like, I think he's batting damn near 1,000 on the stuff he directs. Was he Night Rain? No, one of his producers directed Night Rain.
Yeah, and Earth Tree, of course, that did get nominated.
Shadow of the Earth Tree, yeah. So I mean, everything that he directs, just like he hits it out of the park. This is weird because it's a Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive and a multiplayer game. But again, like people doubted his ability to take like Dark Souls open world and make that work, and then he did. So that could also be one of the final nominations. Like, and people are sleeping on it, dude. I feel bad. I did an 1.5-hour video recapping the biggest games of 2026, and I forgot to mention that game.
Dude, I also did not mention it, but yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, but I also feel it's kind of MIA, and it's just weird that it's trending on Switch. You don't even have Switch 2, right?
We got a used one over Christmas for Nikki. Put the AC control. Yeah, go use, guys, because then Nintendo doesn't get any of the money.
I see people say Control, which is an interesting pick that, of course, won. Did Control won? I think it won like IGN Game of the Year, at least in 2019. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that could of course be. Alan Wake was nominated as well, right? I think
it was nominated for like best director, best narrative, and stuff. I think.
Okay.
Control was nominated for Game of the Year, though.
Yeah.
And best performance and art direction.
Yeah.
Dude, it got
Half-Life 3. I mean, it's there's so much smoke. There's too much smoke, man.
Dude, Half-Life 3 is one of those things where, like, I don't know, man. It's the same thing like Bloodborne 2 or like New Vegas Remake, where I'm like, if it were happening, I think there'd be a lot more clear smoke. Like with a lot of this, like Half-Life 2 or Half-Life 3 stuff, I don't know. It's just, I don't I think it's probably a card game or a mobile game or a new VR game for their new VR headset. It's going to be something that's not at all what you think it's going to be, you know? Because I remember these rumors coming out. Everybody's like, Half-Life 3 is happening, and then it ends up being Half-Life Alyx, which is a great VR game, but it just wasn't what people thought.
VR headset to sell, and now they have a
new VR headset to sell.
No, yeah. No, I listened to the Insider Gaming podcast, and it seemed like the guy who had been like spreading the rumors did see like a sort of pitch deck for that game or something. So I don't know, man. There's a lot of smoke, and with them not having like a firm release date and a price, like if that comes and there's no announcement or anything, I don't know. I just wanted to throw it out there. We will see.
Well, yeah, I'm open. I'll believe what I see.
But then, like, we could be, or Phantom Blade Zero is a console exclusive for PlayStation, but it could be the year where no PlayStation exclusive gets nominated for Game of the Year.
Yeah.
Saros is. I think Saros has a higher chance of being nominated than Wolverine.
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling from Wolverine that it's going to be another Spider-Man 2. Like, it'll do well, and it's going to be, popular. But I think you're right. It's going to be short, and I think it's going to be like a popcorn flick. Like, it's just sort of a something you just play for fun over the weekend, and then you're done. That's kind of my guess. I do think Saros probably, like, the people that Saros and Returnal clicked with, they loved it, but I think the odds of it hitting a more mainstream appeal is probably smaller, just because those games are hard and they're more niche than anything else,
Yeah.
So I think you're probably right.
No, but it will be interesting. But there will likely be like somewhere like Silksong that we did not see coming would get the spot. And Expedition 33, we of course it looked cool, but we didn't know it was actually.
That's why I'm like, don't sleep on Clockwork Revolution, because that gives me the same vibes when I watch that trailer as Expedition 33's, and so I'm like, that could be like a new BioShock level success.
Yeah, but I just see Xbox kind of fumbling that game as well, like dropping it in a very weird spot with, like then launching the Fallout remaster the week after, like something. So they're gonna do something like that.
Yeah, they do seem to have weird ideas of what's gonna hit and when. Yeah, I see what you mean. Tides of Annihilation. I do think Tides of Annihilation, as Real Gauge says, it looks really cool. I think that's probably also one of those games, probably similar to Black Myth Wukong. It's going to come out, go viral, and be really popular. I don't think it's confirmed for 2026.
No.
It's just like,
it's not like
soon.
official, no.
Yeah, that one I could see easily going to 2027. As for 007, I think 007 is also one of those games that probably, like, I think it could get nominations for like best art direction or best
score
or stuff like that. But I think it's probably one of those like high 80s in the Metacritic games. That's the vibe I get. Like, I think it'll be solid and like a good time, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be like the critical darling, that some of these games probably will be.
Yeah, for sure. It will be a fascinating year for sure, and we will all be playing Highguard soon, so that will be exciting.
You're damn right. There are literally dozens of us. Pragmata, bro, what's your prediction with Pragmata to wrap this up?
I'm hearing so many good things about it, and I don't know because I heard your story, and I already wrote that game off, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm an influencer. What can I say? I'm glad people are enjoying it. I don't know. All I can do is represent my experience with the game, and my experience was, what is this? Like, what are we doing? I don't know. It was just really bizarre to me, but who knows? Maybe it's just a game that didn't demo well, but the final game is amazing. Time will tell. Fable, if Fable launches this year, I think it's also probably like high 80s. I just get the feeling that the combat's gonna suck, but I'm optimistic about everything else. And Onimusha, I have a gut feeling it's getting delayed to 27.
Yeah, it is interesting that it's that they don't have a date for that yet, but It was I loved it. I played it at Gamescom. It was really, really good.
Yeah, it looks great. I think it's going to be good. I just get a feeling like they're probably internally in that like October, November time frame. And that's a game that looks cool enough and I think will do well enough that you should just give it breathing room. Put it out in February.
Yeah, if you can hit July or August, I think you would go for that, and otherwise, yeah, delay it.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what Capcom would have next. Like, what is their Monster Hunter Resident Evil game next year? Probably the expansion or Resident Evil remake.
I would think the expansion would be ready by this fall at the latest.
Really?
Because Iceborne was like a year, wasn't it?
They're doing a Switch 2 version seemingly for Wilds 2.
Oh,
that's been
God.
found in the game files.
You can
How is
play it
that
at
gonna run?
7 frames a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Monster Hunter World, I think, 2018, and then Iceborne
2019,
was
like a year and a half later, I think.
Yeah, well, it was September of 2019, and then it came to
so
PC
a year and a half later.
a few months later. So yeah, probably fall with time out to be similar size.
So yeah, that's when the Horizon Link is gonna come out.
Dude, it's lining up.
We all know
It's
gonna happen.
happening.
We've been joking about this for so long, man.
And it's gonna come
be
true. That's what's sad, dude, is it's gonna
Yeah.
come true. After all this time, they had all this time to like nail the landing, and then they're just gonna like
This is fun,
run
man.
full speed into a brick wall.
Oh man, I'm curious if Herman still has a job if we talk if we do our 2027 predictions next year.
Dude, can you imagine? Yeah. How many months does he last? Gears E-Day is this year, nothing more. This year is the 20th anniversary for Gears. Yeah, I think they really, really want to hit this year. Do you think Gears is critically acclaimed, or do you think it's gonna...
I think it is. I think, I think that ship had also sailed. I think a bit with that game. I think they're now also going for the prequel. They're really going for the nostalgia, and I think there are still fans. But like all the Sony studios that worked on the PS3 games, they moved on to new IPs, and Microsoft had 343 then work on Halo, and the Coalition now on Gears, and it's the B team doing it. And I think they should have like moved on to a new IP long ago already. So them doing Gears, like, it's gonna do fine, but like on paper Microsoft has a loss for 2026, but there's nothing that, like, I'm Fable and Clockwork because those are new things. Like, I'm looking at that, I want to experience that, and if I watch like the Halo stuff, I know what I'm gonna get, and I think I know what Gears is gonna be too, and that's fine that they have those big games and it's awesome, but like, we don't have an Uncharted 7, like,
yeah,
right? So I do think it would have been smarter for them to move on, but I think it's gonna hit. It's gonna probably do fine. I think Gears, was it 5, the most recent one, reviewed very well.
I'm just worried. I don't know. I'm worried it's going to be another Doom situation, because I feel like you rewind the clocks a year, a lot of us were like, yeah, Doom is going to come out and it's going to be like one of the best games of the year because it's Doom. And then it just kind of came and landed flat and was like, eh. And I'm worried it's going to be a similar thing.
Yeah, they should have done Quake as well. That was rumored for the longest time. I think what Machine Games did was great. Like, they of course did not end on a high note with Youngblood, with Wolfenstein, but they did Indiana Jones. And I think like there are rumors today that they're making Wolfenstein 3. When that gets announced, I think there's way more hype for it because, hey, they had Indiana Jones first, and yeah, I wanna finish that trilogy as well, right? And yeah, I think with Doom it was hypey, but yeah.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think either way it's going to be awesome. I feel like that's what's going to happen with Elder Scrolls 6, sadly. I think Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be the same thing like with Starfield, where it's going to be hyped out the ever-loving ass, and we're going to be talking people down off the cliff, and people are still going to get super hyped, and then they're going to play it, and they're going to sit through 15,000 load screens, and the writing's going to be terrible. And they'll be disappointed, and it's just going to be the cycle.
We'll get Starfield on PS5 this year.
Yeah, we should. And a second expansion.
Stardust or something.
Star-Lord.
Star-Lord. Hey guys, miss me?
Yeah, he's back.
He's
Well,
back.
I think
Yes.
that just about does it. That was a comprehensive run through.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody for joining us for this discussion. Oh, Lego Batman. Yeah, that's got to be nominated for Game of the Year, of course. Yeah. Lego Batman looks fire.
I think like looking at all the games that are coming out, though, that game will probably sell really well. Like that will just do fine. While you would think maybe like a 007, I'm kind of like Gears of War. I'm kind of like Halo. I'm kind of like
But Lego Batman.
Lego Batman. I have
Ooh.
no worries.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
Fair games. I'm like
Yeah. Okay, well, everybody, thank you for chilling with us. Thank you for watching
Yes,
and hanging
thanks.
out. You guys are amazing, and we will be back and talking about lots of stuff. We should, my guess is, over the next like week and a half, 2 weeks, we should start to, at least on our end, start to hear rumblings and stuff about what's happening over the next couple of months. That's typically when we start to hear news about like preview events and play testing and reviews and all that stuff. So we should start to hear stuff relatively soon. And it's gonna be good. Okay. Yar, says the pirate man. Skull and Bones 2 confirmed. It's happening.
They're gonna do ground combat finally this year.
Yeah, it should be coming very soon.
And tomorrow, some people say New Game Plus.
New Game Plus, baby, dude. The show is it's a lot bigger than we meant it to be.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah.
awesome.
It's a good
That's
problem to
awesome.
have. We did a lot of great interviews with a lot of great devs, and it's going to be very interesting. But we are going to certainly be listening to feedback. In the next show, we're going to be very precise, and we've
I mean,
already
you're,
learned
like,
a lot of
talking
lessons.
about High Guard, but you have the new trailer, right? You have been talking to these guys.
Dude, after somebody posted on Twitter, they were like, I swear to God, if Luke at the end of the show goes, and there's one more thing, and then plays a trailer for High Guard, I'm going to lose it. And I sent that screenshot to some of the team that's working on it. And I was like, is it too late to film an edition where we just do that as like a meme for the end of the show?
Yeah.
They were like, I mean, we could. We are the bosses. So we considered it just for the memes, but we figured that might be considered mean and bullying, so we didn't do it.
Yeah.
So sorry. No High Guard at the show. No High Guard at the show. Very sorry. But
Yeah,
anyway.
think about the Europeans next time. That's I see Salsa say that as well.
Yes.
It's like 2 a.m. for me or something. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's tricky. It's tricky. I will communicate the feedback. We are going to be taking a lot of this, and then like we're already starting work on the next show. We probably New Game Plus squared. We are already investigating probably doing and having a presence at like Summer Games Fest. We're hoping to do that. It's gonna be really cool.
Whoa.
So
Cool.
yeah, New Game Plus on Twitter, YouTube, all of that stuff. You can actually do the notify me button on the YouTube page for it. Just search up New Game Plus show or New Game Plus showcase,
Yeah.
and you'll see it.
Pretty sick that you guys got the Crimson Desert delay in the show. It's pretty sick.
The Crimson Desert delay. He thinks he's so sneaky. He thinks he's so sneaky. How dare you? Nice. It's gonna be awesome. I can't wait for you guys to see it. There's a lot of cool stuff and very cool people too. So we'll do that tomorrow. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. Much love, everybody. We'll talk to you very, very soon, and we'll see you in the next episode. Peace and love. Much love. Bye-bye. Mwah.
Bye.